We're going to start with a roll call of our planning board members. We'll start at the end. Stu Hardy.
Present.
Adam Raposa.
Present.
Janice Gomes.
Present.
Rosemary Eva.
Present.
Alan Myers.
Present.
And that's it. I'm Cheryl Valentine, the chairperson, and will be facilitating this meeting. I'd also like to introduce Mr. Todd Romano, our planning board attorney. Planning board members, we'll start at the end. Feedback. Chris Spencer, our town planner, at the end. Ed Rotella, our land use clerk, next to him. Over here we have Ashley Sweet, our planning consultant from Weston and Sampson. We also have other experts and consultants from Weston and Sampson that will be joining us this evening based on the projects. We have Susan Mara, and we have James Pearson in the back here. On the agenda, one item we do want to make the public aware of is item number 3. The public hearing for Spring Street will be continued and re-advertised. So if anyone is waiting for that, we will not have that this evening.
I think that's advertised for June 2nd.
Okay, June 2nd. Item number 1, public meeting, Major Land Development Comprehensive Permit, 0 Souza Road, Plat 301, Lot 220, Plat 110, Lot 102, south side of Souza Road. Project name is Vital at Tiverton Commons. Attorney John Mancini will be representing them. This is a residential community with 6 residential structures, 256 units, 64 of which will be affordable. Attorney Mancini, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank
Just
you, Madam Chair, members
press.
of the board.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. Oh, green, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good evening. John Mancini on behalf of the applicant, BCP Properties, LLC, with respect to its application before the board for preliminary plan approval regarding its comprehensive permit application. It's good. It's nice to be back in this building. We started this project in this building many years ago, and we're back in it, and we hopefully will end it here in a positive manner. I have with me several experts that are going to testify this evening with regards to some remaining issues that were posed to the applicant, specifically as it concerns the questions and comments that this board has had. We did conclude our presentation, but there were additional questions that arose, particularly as they involved the water infrastructure and our plan as far as water availability is concerned. We've also, in conjunction with this project, made several requests for dimensional relief, and there's been some other questions concerning the heights of the building. At our last meeting, there was also discussion regarding sidewalks and walkways, and the board asked that we provide some additional information concerning our plan with respect to that, which we've done. And finally, there were some resident questions concerning the detention basins as well as our drainage system. So I have Molly Titus of DePreet Engineering, who's a registered professional engineer who's testified before this board since the beginning. She's the project manager. She's been involved in this project from the beginning, and she'll answer some of the questions that are part of our presentation. I also have with me Timothy Thies from PAR Engineering. PAR Engineering, as you know, was engaged by the applicant to do a hydraulic study, which was part of the condition of master plan approval. As part of the hydraulic study, the applicant concluded vis-a-vis PAR Engineering that water is available to the site. We also addressed the issue of volume and the issue of adequate volume, and we've also addressed the issue of what impact, if any, the use of water to this project would have to the general area. And the conclusion was the installation of a water tank for both domestic and fire suppression use. And the tank would be about 192,000 gallons. One of the other questions the board members had is the location of that tank, and we've also identified that, so we will go into those issues and comments and questions in more detail. And then finally, I have Chad Atwell from ICS, our architects, and they will describe the height and the need for the height variance in the the questions posed by the height variance, and then finally we'll address the questions regarding the drainage. Remember, this project does have although we're a preliminary plan, this project does have a DEM permit, and also we're in the process of receiving our Rhode Island Department of Transportation permit, which we believe is imminent. Although I did say that at the last hearing, but I mean it this time. And finally, I also brought my stenographer with me, and she's going to make sure that we don't miss anything and keep a complete and accurate record of the comments, discussions, and presentation this evening as we go through the process. So with that, Madam Chair, if there's any questions of me, I'd like to hit the ground running and have Molly kind of go through our slide presentation that we've prepared for the board.
Thank you.
Molly, I know you've been here before, but if you could raise your right hand, please. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to this board in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that is your solemn affirmation?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairwoman, members of the board. So on the screen, again, this is the Blue Dog Capital Partners project at Sousa and Maine. If you could go to the next slide.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Just an overall site plan. Everyone's aware where the property is. We've got a small amount of frontage on Main Street and then predominantly along Sousa Road. This slide is showing our current preliminary plan site layout. We've got the 6 residential buildings, the clubhouse, the daycare center. I believe I can point, right? No, okay. The purpose of this slide is just to show the location of the underground storage tanks. So if you look to the rear, what would be the backyard of the daycare building, you'll see what looks like 5 rectangles, and that would be the location of the underground storage tanks for the water system. At this time, these are proposed, like I said, to be underground. There wouldn't be anything visible, and it's screened. It wouldn't create additional clearing or disturbance on the property as it's behind the daycare and the garage buildings. The next item, so as part of the comments from the previous meeting and the Weston and Sampson review comments, we provided to the board vehicular circulation site plans. Vehicular circulation site plans. So this is the fire truck movements showing its accessibility from every direction in and out and around the site to access all the buildings. We provided turning movements for a garbage truck. It shows it accessing the dumpster locations at the bottom right and left corners of the site. The last is the school bus. This had been discussed. All predominant movements will come in through the main entrance, pull in front of the clubhouse and leave the site. There would be other special use buses that may need to traverse the site, so we've shown that a bus can get around all our drive aisles. Some comments we received were about ADA locations, pedestrian connections, so specific ADA locations were revised and added to the site plan, so we've labeled all the locations of crosswalks within, we've updated the hatching, and this was all on the site plans that were reissued prior to the last hearing. So, the biggest concern with sidewalks was accessibility off the property. So this is showing in the northeastern corner of the site, our sidewalk leaving the property to access Sousa Road. And then this is the western end. So as part of our research in doing this, it was asked that we create pedestrian accessibility, not necessarily sidewalks, but some point of access for these residents to get towards Main Street. So you can see in yellow on this plan, we're utilizing an existing clearing, so we'll have a pedestrian path traversing west on the site and then coming out onto Sousa Road. We're avoiding wetland buffers for this location and going as far west as possible. I've also shown on this plan the sidewalks that are proposed as part of the Trilogy project. So that's all the way to the left in green. So they're showing coming out and traversing west on Sousa. And then the piece of sidewalk in the middle, and this is the important piece. As part of Tiverton Heights, a condition of their preliminary plan approval, which was just approved, right, for 2 more years, a condition that their final plans will show that piece of sidewalk. So that sidewalk has not been shown on any design plans. It has not been permitted at this time, but is it a requirement of their future approval at final plan? But they now have a valid 2-year extension on their preliminary plan approval. So far, this is where we are at the sidewalks. The other item that was addressed to me that I have put in front of DOT is a request. I know the concern is a crosswalk to get across Sousa Road to some of these new sidewalks, and I have raised the question to DOT. I haven't received an answer. So as soon as we do, we would, maybe hope that this item could be continued to final plan with an assurance that we will pursue the striping and crossing to connect into future sidewalks. The Weston and Sampson memo had some comments and concerns regarding the stormwater memo report and basically some inconsistencies between reporting and within the document. All of these items have been addressed. They've been addressed on the plans and the reports, and full documents have been resubmitted to this board prior to the last hearing. Some items that we wanted to discuss briefly on the screen are the revised outlet location. So the outlet, which is the bottom right, where there's a flare-in section, the kind of L-shaped facing downward, has been relocated to the north on this property, so closer to Sousa Road, more closely located to the existing stream that is the ultimate outfall for this drainage area. And then additionally, we have provided, instead of a berm between two of the different stormwater features, one of the concerns was draining and standing water. So we've provided a gabion basket in this location, which are large gravel-filled wire mesh baskets, so water will slowly free drain between these two items, which will prevent any standing water. There was a question as to standing water additionally in this complex B, but this is a detention pond, so the bottom is lined. This area of the site did not support infiltration. So there was a question regarding separation to groundwater in the infiltration basin, but this is detention. It is lined and is meant to hold water and slowly discharge it. And then lastly, we received some comments from a neighbor to our west. This was from Jason Osborne, and questions as to our outfall and the stormwater management system on the western end of the site. So this is a photo or image of the DEM website and the stream that runs from east to west on the corner of Sousa Road. This is a photo of that stream where it crosses Main through the yard and down, so it'd be the western end of that as shown on the previous plan. And then this is a watershed map. So on the site, you can see at the top left, the existing stream is shown in blue. I had just shown it, which our mapping is pretty consistent with the DEM website and what the photo we showed in the field. We've got our outfall, which is now the purple path is the line of the water travel when it leaves the pond. Additional information on this slide is the watersheds to the neighboring parcels. So the red shaded area, as part of the letter that we received, it was that there was water traversing the property to the south of us, the Osborne property, and whether or not our outfall would impact the water that is flowing through that property. And from everything we can tell, we've got a ridge line that divides the flow from north to south on the site. And based on all the mapping and studies that we've done on our property, we have not gone on neighboring properties. The red is the watershed that goes to that property. So under existing conditions, there's a large area already going to that site. So the fact that there is flowing water through that site wouldn't be surprising. The top portion of the right hand where you see that existing high point, that's that ledge knob that you see on Route 24. So there's a large amount of existing watershed that traverses to that property. And under proposed conditions, we don't change that. There's no work proposed on the adjacent lot up to kind of where you see the bottom of our detention basin. That's a separate parcel. That's lot 220. And we aren't doing any work on lot 220. So the likelihood that the discharge from our basin, based on these watersheds traveling south across the property, is unlikely, and we would expect to see a consistent flow onto the property as to what's being seen now, because we're not doing any work within that watershed. And that is everything that I have for the civil comments as part of the Weston and Sampson memo.
Through the chair, please. I do. I just want
Witnesses
to.
before we ask questions.
No, I think the best thing to do is to ask the questions as the witnesses are here, so that way the info is fresh. But before I turn it over to the board, I just want to ask a couple of follow-up questions to the witness. So I just want to refer you back to the sidewalk slide. And you made a comment with regards to Tiverton Heights. Can you confirm, has Tiverton Heights received the Rhode Island Department of Transportation permit, physical alteration permit?
Not that I'm aware of. All the site plans for Tiverton Heights do not show that sidewalk. So if they might have a permit for a different version, but the wetlands permit that I reviewed from DEM and the site plans I was provided does not show that sidewalk.
Okay, so when you say that sidewalk, what are you referring to?
The small piece of green in the middle, which is the piece of frontage, so their conditional approval states that they have to install a sidewalk along Sousa from the western edge of their driveway to their property line.
Okay. And that's not shown on the DOT plans, to your knowledge?
That's correct, nor the DEM permits that were obtained for that site.
Okay. And is it your testimony that the applicant for this project, the Vital project, is amenable to and will petition DOT for a crosswalk along or through Sousa Road?
That is correct.
Okay. And so just walk me through how a pedestrian from our project, Vital, can get to Tiverton Heights project.
So the yellow pathway that's shown on this site plan is going to be a pedestrian access out to the west, leaving the internal sidewalk network, which ends all the way to the far right up on that screen in cyan blue. That's the end of the sidewalk. And then the yellow would be the continuation of the pedestrian path as far west as we can go on our property without being in wetland buffers.
And how wide would that path be?
5 feet.
Okay. Would that path be comparable to a sidewalk?
We're not proposing pavement, but it would be a firm walkable path, either gravel, wood chip, something nice to traverse.
And why is the applicant not proposing a sidewalk directly along Sousa Road from its entranceway over to the Tiverton Heights project?
Our most recent round of comments from RIDOT was that there is a consent decree with EPA regarding Sousa Road, and any additional impervious or other than a mill and overlay of that roadway would trigger stormwater improvements at a federal level or, through the state as part of their consent decree with the federal government. So there's a large stormwater study that's taking place on these roads that's regulating any new impervious within the right-of-way.
So is it your professional opinion that the applicant, is it your professional opinion that it's not feasible for the applicant to construct a sidewalk along Sousa Road?
I know one item that was considered was also on our property, so we've gone as far as we can with staying out of the wetland buffers to traverse to the west. And then once you cross our property line into the state right-of-way, on the south side of Sousa Road is a drainage swale that provides all the treatment for Sousa at this time, and part of our permit with DOT will also include the clearing and grubbing and restoration of some of that area that's been degraded over the years. So in my opinion, there's not a location to put a sidewalk. There could be a potential along the other side of the Trilogy frontage. There are also wetlands across the street. The wetland that you kind of see traverses diagonally onto the other side of the road, which is probably why their piece of sidewalk was to the west of their driveway.
Okay. And can you describe for the board what permits remain for the applicant from a state level?
We're still waiting for RIDOT, and we're waiting for an order of approval on the sewer.
Okay. Do you have a time frame for receipt of those approvals?
Well, you think DOT is imminent. DOT should be coming shortly. Order of approval is still working and has not been formally applied for yet. So that would follow.
And I want to refer your attention to the circulation map that you proposed, or that you've shown the board, the circulation. Yep, the vehicle circulation emergency access. So in your professional opinion, are there any negative impacts to health and safety of current or future residents of the community based upon pedestrian and vehicle traffic, provision of emergency service, or sewage disposal and availability of potable water?
No, we've provided internal sidewalks for pedestrian circulation and vehicular access to all locations on the site as part of the design.
And did the applicant also provide circulation with respect to school bus pickup and drop-off?
Yes, we've widened our entrance driveway to make sure that the drop-off and pickup can be on the site right in front of the clubhouse as requested by the board.
And was that done with in collaboration with the school department of the town of Tiverton?
Yes, it was. I had extensive conversations with both the school superintendent and the bus company on that drop-off to make sure that it was viable for the project.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, has the applicant not met any of the master plan conditions of approval?
Not that I'm aware of. We've addressed all the items.
Okay. Well, I'll leave the witness to the board's questions.
If you could just clarify one item, the slide where it had the yellow sidewalk leaving your property.
Yes.
And then the green area with the property across the street. How do you get from the yellow to the green? You're saying a diagonal crosswalk, or how would that work?
So we would seek a crosswalk at the terminus of our driveway, and then you'd have the shoulder of Sousa ahead of that piece of sidewalk, depending upon what happened with that project. But there is not a swale on the north side of Sousa Road, so at least there is a more walkable location than the south side that we are on.
What is the approximate distance from the yellow line to the green line?
I'm guessing, but I think it's about 150 feet. I did look at that briefly, but don't quote me.
I think if we want to start with any comments from our planning office before we move to Weston and Sampson.
Yeah, just quick question. So I know you were trying to limit the amount of impervious on the site in terms of the actual pathways.
How are they going to maintain?
Just wondering about the ADA compliance on the pathway. I know it's going to be compacted, but is there going to be some sense of ADA compaction? Do you have any sense of the slopes too, that's going to be traversing?
That area is reasonably level throughout that corridor, and it was discussed, I believe, at the last meeting by Mr. Hardy that not necessarily a sidewalk, but a means to traverse the path. So,
But you can achieve ADA compliance with a compacted non-sidewalk pathway, right?
I don't think I could say that with certainty.
Okay. But the goal was to limit the impervious.
Correct,
pathway.
and I understood the question to be a means to traverse it safely, not necessarily provide a sidewalk or ADA accessibility, because it doesn't have a clear destination at this time, just a means to move people to the western edge of the site closer to town.
And just one other question on the application with DOT that you're working on for the crosswalk. Is there anything else in that crosswalk, like a beacon or any kind of flashing that you would, because again, I know DOT has some issues in general with mid-block crossings, so I didn't know if there's anything else added to that.
Not at this time. We haven't formally requested the crosswalk. I have started the conversation. We are still in the comment period with DOT, so we're going back and forth with questions and answers. So without the permit being issued, we're still addressing this item with them.
Okay. And just a final question, just on the holding tank for the water. do you have specific manufacturers in mind that have a size and everything? Because you've talked about doing it underground. Do you know what the height of that is underground, and does that seem to work with the groundwater issues on the site?
At this time, the layout that we've shown is 5 10-foot diameter tanks, so we were being cognizant of groundwater in that location and the ledge. I believe we looked at the sizing of a Xerces tank, but we do have Par here to talk more on these systems and the types of tanks that are typically used, and there's a multitude of options, but I just wanted to give people an idea of what the footprint looks like and that it's not this gigantic structure as part of the project.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, I'm going to go around the table, but first I wanted to ask a follow-up question on what Chris had asked. How do you propose maintaining that walkway in the winter or on an ongoing basis so that it's not overcome with weeds or it's not, slippery in the winter?
Yeah, I mean, there's a condo association and homeowners that will maintain this entire property, and everything will be maintained.
It'll be part of the regular
Yes.
maintenance? Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just to clarify that, so again, these are apartments, they'd be part of a management company, and so as the facilities are being maintained, that will be maintained as part of the facility. So it'll be treated like the other internal sidewalks are.
Okay, thank you.
So it'll be maintained clean and clear.
You're drafting those documents,
Yeah.
and you'll be certain to include maintenance of these walkways,
Yeah, so
pathways.
remember, it's not a condominium association, so there's no homeowners, there's no condominium association. It's an apartment building that will be managed professionally by a manager. So there is no real documentation to prepare. I mean, we could prepare
Operations and maintenance.
yeah, operations and maintenance, we could do something like that, but that's, essentially, look, there's areas identified for snow storage. There's means for determining garbage pickup, garbage drop-off, and designated areas for that. The sidewalks that are part of the pedestrian walkways and part of the internal circulation, that's going to be maintained. We view this as part of that internal circulation, and so we'll maintain it accordingly.
Okay, let me just clarify. We're going to try and go around the table real quick, just with questions for Ms. Titus at this point, and then when we get to the water expert and that, we'll do the same thing. We'll also ask for any resident comments.
Madam
at that
Chair, I
time.
have a point of clarification which has nothing to do with the substance of this application, but it could be a bit confusing for the audience if I don't clarify this. A number of references have been made to a project called Tiverton Heights. Tiverton Heights actually changed its name 2-3 years ago to Pecasset Reserve. So all of those comments concerning the Tiverton Heights, the former Tiverton Heights project, actually refers to the big project across Sousa Road, which is now called Pecasset Reserve.
Thank you.
That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. You want to continue with that? Do you have any questions? Okay. Molly? Susan, I'm sorry.
Hey, Molly. We saw a letter from RIHPHC in regard to the permit from, the DOT permit. And in the letter, it says that they want to see some of the existing and historic and non-historic resources mapped.
So I responded that, the property lines are coincident with the stone walls, and we're not planning on doing any work on 220. I responded to them directly. I am waiting for a response, but if we have to map items on a parcel we're not doing any work on, I don't think the applicant will oppose that. But
All those because those were on the.
they're all on lot 220
They're
that we're
all on
not
the other
touching.
lot.
Correct.
Okay, that was a question I had, and thank you for clearing that up. The other question I had was about the Pecasset Reserve. So you said that they are also in the process of getting a physical alteration permit on Sousa Road?
I would
asking.
assume-
Well, go ahead.
I would say, I would assume they would need to, right? They're going to connect back onto Sousa, and they're in the preliminary plan stage. So
Yeah.
prior to getting their final approval, they would need that permit. And if that sidewalk is a condition of preliminary, then They would have to
Right.
go back to DOT to get that.
I don't know if there's a way to help like DOT to connect the dots there, right? Because they've got two projects, both on, either side of the road. One side of the road has the issues with the consent decree, the other doesn't. We're all in the business of making our roads like safer for pedestrians. So
Yes.
I don't know if there's a way to tell them that there's these both things are like, I don't know if the same project manager is reviewing both of them or if it.
No, I would just be apparent with them and just let them know that this is what's being asked of us and this is what we found and this is what we're seeking, in the interest of all these projects. So
Yeah, I mean, if they see the big picture, they might
exactly.
be able to come up with a solution that's, works for everybody.
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
If I may just follow up on that, yeah, so we're clear, that the applicant's not opposed to doing that, so our position is that we found a pathway to get to where we need to go, and the next step is to collaborate with DOT to combine the two, and that's consistent with the applicant's I don't want to say mandate, but the request, the condition of master plan of the applicant was that the applicant will install sidewalks from the proposed development on Sousa Road, heading west to a point where safe crossing can be made to the north side of Sousa Road, connecting to the sidewalks that will be installed as part of Pecasser Reserve development located Assessor's Plat 110, Lot 127, which we believe we're doing, we're attempting. And then finally, the condition states that if the applicant proves that installation of sidewalks is economically or physically infeasible, the planning board may consider internal walking path within the property that achieves the same goal, which is essentially what we've done. So we've identified two issues that are impeding our ability to do the sidewalks along Sousa Road. One is the consent decree, and then secondly, the wetlands issues. So we're preparing an internal walkway or internal walking path that leads us to Sousa Road, that will then lead us to a crosswalk, and then we'll connect to whatever has been approved or can be approved at the Pecasset Reserve. And I apologize, I call it Tiverton Heights because I see it on the board there as Tiverton Heights Limited. So, but to correct the record, as Mr. Hardy noted, it's correct. It's Pecasset, and per the decisions, Pecasset Reserve. So I think we've made effort to satisfy that condition and have done our diligence in satisfying that requirement.
No, almost that. Thank you.
Ashley, do you have anything? Mr. Mama?
You're going to use best efforts to secure a crosswalk, is that my understanding?
Yes.
Well, if we use best efforts to ask DOT to
Yes.
allow us to do a crosswalk.
Of course, and you would have no objection to us also including as part of that condition that you advise DOT of Pecasset Reserve, excuse me, Mr.
Yeah.
Hardy, and the Sousa Road project, correct?
Yeah. In fact, we would request that the board, either in our decision or in the Pecasset Preserve decision, ask that, request of DOT to look into that issue. So we can take that and say, hey, this is also being required or requested of us by the planning board.
Thank you.
I think I just have a little bit of a follow-up on this issue. When I was reading the traffic report, part of what concerned me is the speed of travel on Sousa Road. I think it pointed to, although the speed limit was 25, the average speed is 43 miles per hour. So I'm concerned about whether it's 500, 600 people plus living at that development, that we have a safe path for them. We know most people that it's not a very walkable area, but that's an awful lot of people in a small area. So we just have to think about that, and safety is a priority with it. Okay. Alan?
Yeah, well, it's going to be tough for the applicant to control how fast residents travel along that roadway. Hopefully, residents are abiding by the speed limits, and I don't know if state police guard follows that, or if we can. I don't know how to police that from our standpoint.
I don't think, we're asking you to
No,
control
I know.
the
I just
speed
want to make
limit.
sure.
We're just thinking that's an awful lot of people in a development in a small area, and just concerned with the speed being that high. That's a lot of people to get off that property, and we just want to make sure that we're thinking that through. Okay.
I was happy to hear that we were able to resolve the bus issue for the kids, because having them standing out on the state highway in a dark morning.
Especially when people are traveling at 45 miles an hour.
Exactly. So no, I'm glad we're making some progress there. I still have the concern of the walkways, not having an actual designated pathway out of that development without a car. We found just 2 months ago, we had snow. It debilitated the town for days. I know myself, we were in our street wasn't plowed for 4 days. And no real way to walk out of that area without a car. And even if, what if they didn't plow for a few days, this kind of stuff. We don't have any place that's demarked. We have a hard-packed surface walkway that'll be 2 feet under snow, unmarked, no idea. People just walking around in the woods, I guess, under 2 feet of snow. No way to get out and get food if you're ever stuck in the place. There's no way to get out into the street without a car, because you're walking onto a highway. And most of the streets here were plowed 1 lane wide just to get people in their cars. No place to walk, nothing. So that was for about a week. And so that road is such a bad area. I just really think we need to do better with the sidewalks. I mean, whatever we can do. That's important. I think that we just having this large group of people, that only people with cars can leave the place. And you're going onto a dark state highway. And it is dark there. Maybe we should talk about lighting for the front of the buildings. I mean, the front of the entrance there. That's it.
I think we'll continue to go around the room, and then if you want to respond to anything. Rosemary?
Yes, thank you. I have a question. What will the sidewalk be made of? Concrete, macadam, or what?
No, at this time, we're looking at either a wood chip surface, a crushed stone surface. We weren't looking to create more hardscape on the property, but it will be maintained clear and accessible.
Thank you. The other question was, we spent a considerable amount of time talking about what we could see from 24. Will we be able to see those dumpsters?
No.
Okay. We had another project that was there, and that was a concern years ago.
No, in
Thank
fact,
you.
why don't we bring that slide up? So that's a very good point. So we made a conscious effort to put the location of the dumpsters as far away from Sousa Road as possible so that they would not be visible. And remember, this project is also proposing a 75-foot no-cut buffer off of Sousa Road. So you're not going to be able to see through the buildings into the driveway. I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to see through the 75-foot buffer into the driveway, through the buildings into the driveway to where the dumpster is located because of where we put it all the way in the back.
That's from Sousa Road, but what about 24?
Even more so, you're not going to see it because from 24, it's a what's the buffer there? There's a
75-foot no cut.
Yeah, 75, but there's more. Then there's a further no cut. If you go to the site plan.
Will
Yeah,
we
so
be
you'll see
getting
it.
copies of your slides?
Yeah, we've provided all of them to the town. Yes.
Do you have them? I haven't received.
We'll have this distributed electronically. For you, of course.
There's a few of us that like hard copy.
Yeah, you can see from that slide. You'll see the amount of separation. So it's 75 foot all the way around, and then there's the additional no cut. That's part of the conservation area. So remember, a large portion of this is complying with your conservation ordinance.
Thank you, Mr.
Janice, do you have anything? Adam?
I don't have any questions. I just have just a comment, basically, that, I mean, this area is so fragile and sensitive to stormwater that a couple hundred yards of sidewalk triggers some type of federal, like regulation. It's just, and then you have to kind of back up and look at the whole development as a whole. This huge development doesn't trigger anything for our stormwater in that area, but a couple hundred yards of sidewalk do. No. I mean, it's obviously nothing we're going to do about it. It's just floating around in my head. And I think that there's got to be a way to put in a couple hundred yards of sidewalk to head down to Main Road without triggering anything from the federal government. And I would like to see you guys do a little bit more work on that. Whether it's working with the other developers or try to come up with something.
On our side of the property?
On your side of the property, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Isn't that what we just discussed, that you couldn't put any sidewalks, any concrete sidewalks on your side of the property along Sousa Road because it triggers something from the federal government?
Right, so just so we're clear, yeah, the Sousa Road is a state highway that's
Correct.
governed by RIDOT.
I got it.
RIDOT has informed us that there's a swale that's part of a consent decree.
Okay.
And that we can't disturb that, this consent decree. So that's the issue. So we're barred from doing that.
You're barred from it. I would like to think that a little bit more work could be done to make it so you weren't barred from it.
So what we did is we did a pathway internally.
I get it.
Part of the condition was, hey, if you find that the sidewalk is infeasible, either economically or physically along Sousa Road, you find an alternative means to get pedestrians to move along towards the west end. And so we did an internal walkway, internal walking pathway.
So is it a refusal by you guys to do any more work with the other developers or with the
No,
state to
no,
see
no,
if
no.
something can be done with putting, installing sidewalks along the stretch of Sousa Road?
So we've done what we could do on our side,
Okay.
and there's no other developer on our side that we can work with. There is a state agency, RIDOT, which we are working with, we will continue to work with, and we're going to petition with respect to the crosswalk over Sousa Road to ensure that there's a safe manner in which pedestrians from our property can go onto Sousa Road, cross Sousa Road, and get onto another owner's property and then head west. We can't control the other owner's property, which is Pecasset Reserve. Our proposal is to work with RIDOT, to coordinate with Pecasset Reserve through RIDOT, to find a mechanism to safely transport people, pedestrians, along the walkway, so as the board member Meyer said, people aren't trapped on this site, so that there's means of going and walking through that.
Okay.
So we're amenable to a condition to do that. We're not opposed to it.
The next thing I wanted to mention was this Complex A for your retention pond. Can you bring that up on the screen? Where is, it's really hard to see from here. I just don't have that in front of me. I can't bring that up on my screen, so bear with me. Can you point out the southeast corner of it? Southwest corner of your retention pond? If you have a pointer?
I don't have it.
Oh, you don't have one, okay. Where does the overflow, where does that exit? The overflow for your retention pond? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't work on the
The
screen.
problem is, the pointers, the laser won't work on the screen.
I mean, I have something here I'm looking at, so I can see your retention pond.
At the very bottom, so where there's the triangle, that is the outlet.
Okay. Is that the bottom of your pond?
That is the outlet of the pipe.
Oh, the
so yes.
outlet of the pond.
Yep,
Okay, right into that stream?
correct.
And the stream, that's the stream that feeds the watershed that continually floods that house lot at the corner of Sousa Road and Main Road?
No,
Okay,
we are not part of, this does not discharge to that same watershed.
okay. I was just, yeah, I can't see the whole lot, I'm sorry. All right, okay, thanks.
Yes. I have a couple of questions or comments on water, and then another one on soil erosion, sediment control. First of all,
Just to let you know, on water, that's going to be covered, Mr. McSweeney, that's another expert, right?
Right, it's coming up right after Molly.
okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'll
whatever his question is, I mean, it may be related to the storage tanks. I don't know, so whatever.
Well, right, I just wanted to clarify that we're now talking about 5 storage tanks. Are any of those tanks dedicated for fire suppression?
Yeah, so I'll have, Tim from PAR Engineering will discuss that, but the proposal, as you recall, from PAR Engineering was to provide for storage of 192,000 tanks. That's in the report.
Gallons.
Gallons, correct. Did I say 192,000 tanks? Yeah, that's a lot of tanks. So 192,000 gallons. And your question's a fair one, and that is, do those tanks, are they distinguished between fire suppression and domestic use? Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So the answer to that is no. So the water in those tanks are to be utilized both for fire suppression purposes and for domestic. And Tim from PAR Engineering is going to describe that. So
Okay.
you have one tank system. They're separate tanks, but 192,000 gallons in total, both for fire suppression and domestic water use, and 2 pumps.
And that's fine.
And
That's
Tim's
fine.
going to go through all that.
That's
because
fine.
there are specific requirements with respect to domestic and fire being in the same tanks.
That's fine. So another question, and I don't know if this will also be addressed by a later expert witness, but the town of Tiverton has its own soil erosion and sediment control ordinance. It's Chapter 65 of our code of ordinances, and it requires developers who are going to disturb land by removing vegetation, for example, and trees, to apply for a letter of applicability to develop a soil erosion and sediment control plan. So I just wanted to remind you that we have that at the municipal level. That is very separate and distinct from the RIPD's permit at the state level. So obviously, they're both addressing similar issues because RIPD's does have a soil erosion sediment control element to it. But I just wanted to remind you of that, if that's appropriate for Molly.
Yeah, it is, and so, we are aware of it, and we do intend to comply with it, separate and apart from the RIPD's permit. In fact, I think there's a plan that shows the soil and erosion plan.
Yep, within the plan set, there is a soil and erosion plan, and there's also a soil and erosion report that details measures for during construction.
Yes, but you need to satisfy the municipal requirements.
Yes.
Right, and that's incorporated in our plan set.
And part of that involves the plan that you develop coming back to the planning board for its quote-unquote endorsement. So I just wanted to let you know that, that's part of the path forward. That's all I have.
Thank you, Stu. Good information. Do you want to, we're going to open it up to the public.
Before you do that, just follow up from Molly. Molly, can you just describe for the board the changes between master plan and preliminary plan as far as site? Yeah, why don't you pull it up?
I don't, there. Oh. Sorry, I didn't keep going.
Cheated, I had it right in front of you.
One last item we wanted to review. So this was the layout as approved at master plan. So there was 10 residential buildings, the daycare and the clubhouse. This is the layout with 6 residential buildings, the daycare and the clubhouse at preliminary plan. And then when we presented the preliminary plan the first evening back in the senior center, we had shown this overlay. And this overlay shows that the red is the approved master plan layout, and the plan set that you see beneath it, the smaller, more condensed layout, is the preliminary plan proposal. So the difference between these two is 2.2 acres less of impervious area and a 1.7 acre reduction in limit of disturbance. So from the reduction in area of limit of disturbance. So that was one last point we want to make regarding the site layout and the changes that are, going to be discussed after me on building height and layout. But these were the numbers from the civil side as to the changes that were made.
And Molly, can you just confirm for the board the amount of area left to be part of conservation or to be designated as conservation land? Do you remember off the top of your head?
I don't want to. It's over 45 acres. I know we put it as part of the plans. I could dig through. I don't want to testify to a number and be wrong, but.
That's fine. But is your testimony it's over 40 acres?
I believe so, yes. It meets the conservation requirement, so maybe that requirement was 50%, and we were in excess of that. So the lot is 70 acres, so.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. We'd like to open it up to residents. If the question hasn't been asked already from the board or from our planning staff, just for this witness, though. If you want to talk about water, if you want to talk about anything, we'll just ask that you wait for those experts first.
Well, no, not necessarily a 3 minutes.
Okay, and we do, if you can introduce yourself, give your address, and we,
I'm sorry, one more time, sir. I didn't hear you.
There's a button on Rick's.
Rick St. Pierre, 143 Warren Avenue, Tiverton.
and we have 3 minutes per resident, just to try
Okay,
and keep us on
this is
track.
a question for these folks. This is a great presentation, they did a nice job. How many parking spaces are we putting in this place? They're being put in there? And that's very important.
Mhm.
Do you want us to answer that?
Sure,
Okay.
if you're comfortable.
Oh, yeah. Why don't we just go back a slide? I'll give you.
Let's come up with a guess. It better be close to 500, because that's about how many cars are going to be in there.
The attorney will explain what the state law requires and what they're providing.
Yeah, we'll give that too.
Simple. 2 cars per unit. Figure it out, it's 500 cars. Where are these cars going to travel? You were concerned about the speeding on Sousa Road. Where are you going to put 500 cars? You can't move on Main Road, you can't move on Stafford Road. Where are you putting these cars? This is a great idea. No, not for the town of Tiverton. Who is sitting here thinks this is a good idea? Raise your hand. I didn't think so. But all these people right here, these people are here, they're not here to say, oh, that's beautiful, let's build that. They're here because this is a little tiny town that you people are ruining by doing all this stuff. That's reality.
So we're going to provide 453 parking spaces.
There you go, 452 cars. Where are you going to put them?
No, no.
Sousa Road, 2-lane road.
Excuse me, sir. If you're going to continue to speak, you have to go to the microphone. And we're going to be respectful
Thank you.
to the applicant
Thank you
and
very
the
much.
board. Thank you.
So
Two-lane road.
I'm sorry,
No,
just,
he's
just,
responding to your
yeah,
question now.
just so we're clear. It's 453 cars, so 453 cars, 453 parking spaces.
Okay.
Plus,
Thank you.
obviously, you'll have visitors at different times
There you
and
go.
different days.
But the problem is, thank you very much, thank you.
Please.
Yeah, no, I mean-
We have a stenographer. We can only have one person speaking at a time. You will certainly have your opportunity to respond.
Thank you.
So you're accurate. There'll probably be about 500 cars at its peak occupancy, yes.
There you go. Where do you put these cars? What roads do they get out when they all decide they're going to go out somewhere? Fish Road's plugged, Main Road's plugged. Right now, they're plugged. What are you going to do? And this is just one building you guys are putting in, one development. You got, what, 2 more to go? Where are these cars going to go? The police department can't handle it. Where I live, all you hear is sirens all day long now. Fire department, police department, that's all you hear, nonstop. So now you got to build the fire department up, you got to build the police department up. It's all costing money. Where's it coming from? Right here. These people right here. We're paying for this taxes. Am I correct? I don't know. But thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak? Mr. Osborne?
Good evening. First of all, nice improvement to the room, by the way. Jason Osborne, 1168 Main Road, Tiverton. Nice job on the improvement. Nice taste, not too over the top, just right. Anyway, thank you for addressing my concerns regarding the water flow. And I think I got it right, but I just want to make sure I got it really right. So Molly, if you could go back to the watershed slide. Okay, yeah, right there. Okay, so that's a really important piece of information because that delineates where the watershed is. That explains why the water flow on my property just to the south is what it is. And so the orientation of the overflow pond complex A, again, just to make sure I get the orientation. So Molly, the outflow, which was kind of the southwest corner of that retention pond, is now more kind of to the northwest, correct? Is that about right?
Yes, we moved it north towards Sousa Road.
Yeah, so that's going to pick up that existing stream bed that flows to the west, correct?
Yes, everything north of that red line that's labeled ridge line will flow towards that stream. So the previous outlet was flowing towards the stream, but this has put it in closer proximity.
Yeah, good, and that makes, I agree with that. So I would say, taking this opportunity, there's been a lot of changes to the application in a positive way at this point. And so the applicant has listened to the concerns, maybe not all the concerns from everyone, and attempted to make some positive changes. So that's good on that. So the other comment I had in my letter was, this is on your page 456 from that November submittal attachment 7. It's the same thing that with these pond complex was shown. And my concern is, as I mentioned in my letter, is the depiction of the stone walls are not accurate. So the concern is that, if this application goes forward and some point in the future move towards construction, the operators will see the property lines and maybe not the stone walls. And I worry that some of my stone walls might be accidentally removed in that process. So I think you definitely want to go over and look at these documents, because there's places where walls are not lined up with the boundary lines. There's depictions of stone walls that don't exist at all. There's depictions of stone walls going through a home, and we know that's not true. So that's just, you might want to pay attention to that. Now, just kind of two other topics briefly. Back on the sidewalks is, recently I went up Sousa Road to kind of understand what that issue was all about. And like I said, I have a home on Main Road. There's sidewalks on both sides of the road, and there's all manner of people walking on that all the time. And my casual estimate is probably maybe 5% of the residents are out there walking, maybe during the day. I'm sure there's statistics from highway associations to determine what that percentage is. So with this application, there's creation of 256 new residences across the street at Pecasset. Reserve is 275, and the other one on Sousa Road down by Main Road is another 50. So that's about that's about 550 new residences, just assuming 2 people per residence. And if you just take 5% of that, that's roughly 55 potential walkers. Okay, I'm just throwing out a number here just to argue on that. So they need a place to walk, and they need a place to do that safely. So I think there's a little more effort required on this, whether it's collaboration with the town or with the applicants across the street to address that. And my kind of thought, candidate solution kind of going into this, which you've kind of said maybe that's not a good idea, is that you basically give a section of your frontage on Sousa Road to the state for the purposes of a sidewalk and reconstruction of the existing stone walls. So you've identified what some of the challenges would be on this plan, but the swale doesn't exist continuously on the entire length of Sousa Road. So there may be an opportunity to extend the sidewalk from this application on the south side maybe a little bit further to the west by some amount. And maybe you can kind of meet the folks on the other side kind of halfway, or a third of the way, or a quarter of the way, or 3/4 of the way, and kind of make that. So I do think there's work to be done on this. You guys have been good problem solvers with what you have to try and address all of the concerns. I think it deserves a little bit more effort. The last thing I'll say on my third topic is on the water supply. So this one's for the planning board. Now, we've heard testimony from the applicant about solving the water issue. We've also heard testimony earlier from other neighbors, homeowners that are on Stonebridge Fire District water supply and have a history of varying water pressure and water supply. So it's the same system, and you can't, the two things can't be true. You can't say, we have adequate water supply for this application with the assistance of pumps and tanks, and then you have residents that say, we've got a problem with the water supply. So my suggestion, my recommendation is you get Stonebridge in here to figure out why you have these two conditions. So it may be an issue with the delivery portion of the piping down to these other residences. Maybe, maybe not. But with these discrepancies, you're likely to have, I don't think it's going to solve the problem of the residents, but maybe there's a solution for that. Maybe in the analysis that was done with the water model, maybe that can explain that. It could be a piping size or something, but regardless, you ought to talk to Stonebridge and say, what's the solution? There's a problem here with these guys. Does this new development help them or not? So, anyway, you can't, because to ignore it is, you got to address it.
Anyone intends to ignore it at all. We're going to wait for Attorney Mancini to bring in his water expert, and we also have someone here from Weston and Sampson on the water issue.
Okay.
So thank you for your
Got
comments.
it. So anyway, it needs to be resolved in some manner.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes. If you could just try and keep it. No, he shook his head no. If you could just try and keep it to 3 minutes and just start with your name and address, please.
I will try. My name's Mark Bartlett. I live at 111 Lee Shore Lane.
Last name, spell your last name.
Bartlett. Think of Bartlett Pear. So I live at 111 Lee Shore Lane. I happen to be a registered engineer for the last 48 years. I have some knowledge about some of these issues. I've worked both sides of the fence. I've been on the planning board in my own town in Massachusetts for 10 years. So I understand that there's some traffic issues, first of all. I don't understand why a traffic impact study hasn't been done.
It has.
And where is it?
I'll let Attorney Mancini address that.
Okay, and did they look at the impact of all the projects, not just their project? i.e. Pocasset Preserve, the other project, and Seasons, for example.
Okay, if you want to let the attorney respond to
Sure.
that, please.
You know, we did two traffic studies. We did one at master plan, and we did a second one, a preliminary plan. You've had the opportunity to hear from Todd Brighton from Bryan Associates with regards to the traffic study. You heard from him on 3 different occasions, both a master plan, twice a preliminary plan. The board specifically requested and asked about the other projects. They were all contemplated. We've submitted a petition to the RIDOT for physical alteration permit. Traffic study was also submitted there. They're in the process of reviewing that. Our state approval with regards to traffic is not required at preliminary plan. In fact, under the state statute in Rhode Island for a comprehensive permit, at preliminary plan, we're not obligated to provide any state agency approvals. We can do that either at final plan or do it as far out as building permit. Here we have fully engineered this project. After submitting the master plan, we did that optional. The state law for comprehensive permit doesn't require a master plan approval process. It does now provide for an applicant in a town to do an optional, and by way of option. Here in this process, the town and the applicant agreed that we would provide a master plan to give a concept and to go through that process so that we could solicit as much information from the town and provide as much information that the town needed to review the project. One of the most important elements was traffic. Another important element was water availability, water infrastructure, adequacy of pressure, and another issue was also stormwater, all of which were completely and thoroughly, meticulously vented. So we've gone through that process. And we're now at the point where we're just addressing additional concerns and other items that have arisen as a result of the public hearing process.
So there was no mitigation then, Madam Chair?
There was no determination or finding of mitigation by our traffic study, and there could be a potential for RIDOT to condition a physical alteration permit on some type of condition or mitigation if they determine it to be necessary. If they do, they'll condition the PAP permit on that, and we'll follow that recommendation and guidance. We'll be obligated to do that.
All right, I have a few other questions, but regarding traffic, just let go of traffic in a minute. Did the town hire a peer review of that traffic and impact analysis? Was it independently reviewed by anybody?
Did Weston and Sampson
Yeah,
review that report? I
Yeah,
believe
so-
they did. And just to let you know.
Just so I can comment to that, so all of our reports have been peer reviewed by the town meticulously, with reports and memos coming back in responses to those memos and responses. So this hasn't been a process where we've just thrown a mountain of information and walked away. It's been a give and take, and so each time we provide a professional report, we provide the written report, we then provide oral testimony, we hear from the town's peer review, both externally and internally, and then we respond to their written reports and their written questions. We've also been to 3 TRC meetings, those technical review committee meetings. We've also heeded their concerns and comments, including the fire department, and we've responded to them both in writing and orally. So we've more than done our diligence on this project to date.
Well, I just close out traffic. I'm just amazed that there's no requirement for a light at that intersection, given all this development that's going on and with Seasons project. I'm just going to make that comment. Now, on water, I'm puzzled. This is for domestic and fire suppression.
I think first, if you could let the expert from Attorney Mancini's
Fine.
office testify on that.
We can do
Just
that.
in case he,
We can do that. I'll
You
come
should
back.
just let him, he can come back. I mean, let's
Well, I just,
I don't want to cut him off.
for the expert,
Do it more than just your project.
No, I just,
yeah, for the expert,
I don't want to cut anybody off.
fire suppression, I understand. Domestic supply implies that Stonebridge Water, which I assume is the water supplier here, is on the margin and is stretching, trying to make it work by asking them to put in tanks for domestic water supply to cover peak demand. It was made before. You need to get Stonebridge Water in here at this hearing or at this meeting and explain to you, board members, what's going on.
So, yeah, we've had Stonebridge.
And they're saying everything's rosy.
No,
But we have both of them. I've spoken with both water departments.
yeah, multiple times. So Northbridge, let's back up. So as part of master plan, which again, the applicant decided to do on an optional basis and is glad it did it because it was very productive, we were required to have a hydraulic study performed. And the hydraulic study was to be performed in conjunction with the water districts for the town of Tiverton, both for North Tiverton and for Stonebridge. We prepared an entire brand-new hydraulic model for Stonebridge to include this project and also to include future project. There was a conclusion made by our hydraulic study by PAR Engineering, who will testify, and it has testified and will testify again tonight, as to what the needs are. And it wasn't a question of adequacy, it was a question of proper flowage and infrastructure, but we've accommodated that issue, and we actually have 2 plans in place. So we have Plan A, which is to provide for the storage of domestic and fire suppression water with a particular mechanism in place, with a operation and maintenance system in place, with a provider, which Tim Thies from PAR Engineering will testify to. In conjunction to that, our second plan is to have additional water provided through Fall River. Although we haven't confirmed that, and we're in the process of doing that, but we are satisfied that we have an adequate pathway for water availability and to provide water based upon our engineers'
determination in conjunction with Stonebridge. We've also had a water consultant, Mr. Bob Ferrari, who testified to this board, both at master plan and at preliminary plan, with regards to not only hydraulic study, but infrastructure and also availability of water. And Mr. Ferrari also is the consultant also for the water district. So what we did, which was logical, is we took their experts, hired them to help us design a plan that would comport with the water district so that we were all in sync. And I think that was specifically required of the planning board, where the planning board asked us to make sure that that we were kind of rowing in the same way, that there was no inconsistency between this project and the water district. As for other projects, I can't speak to that, but this one is, the water is earmarked for this project, it's prepared for it, and it can be adequately addressed.
My only comment here is that you need to take into consideration the totality of these projects and the water demands. And if Stonebridge is aware of all these projects, I assume they are, but it just, when a developer says, we have to use tanks for domestic supply, warning lights go out, okay? Little flashing signs, it's not right. I don't understand it, okay? I suppose I could be convinced that it would work, but it doesn't imply that Stonebridge is, like, healthy and can supply that water. So just be careful, planning board members, that's all I'm saying. It's, as you consider this project, look at the totality on water, and then this brings up sewage. Has anyone reached out to Fall River to determine there's adequate sewage capacity for all these projects? Not just this project, but for all the projects.
We did that. We have an app for that.
It's a trite answer, but is it? What's the answer?
So it's available. So one of this process is being governed by a state statute, and the state statute is very specific. It's 4553-4. And in that state statute, there are 5 prescribed findings of fact that the board has to make. And really, 2 of those 5 are not applicable, because one is that the applicant has to show it has physical access to a right-of-way, which we have, and then the other requirement is that we're not creating illegal substandard lots of record, which we're not. But the main one, which is the focus of the board, is to determine that this project does not have a significant negative impact to water, sewer, and health and welfare of the community. So we have to show, the applicant has the burden to show that it has availability of water and availability of sewer. We did that at master plan. And then we further elaborated that and substantiated availability of water by way of our expert, Robert Ferrari, as well as our PAR Engineering, who did the hydraulic study. So we've addressed those concerns because we're obligated to do that as part of this process.
I guess we'll just trust the peer reviewers are on the ball. It's just, like I said, it strikes me as very odd that Stonebridge Water, and I understand Tiverton Water had been I heard they had been approached and they said they didn't have capacity. Is that true? Tiverton Water, not
North Tiverton.
No, I'm sorry, North Tiverton Water.
Yeah.
We've had several meetings
We
with
approached
them.
both North Tiverton and Stonebridge. I believe North Tiverton had water, but just didn't have the means to get it to us. What was North Tiverton?
So, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, my final question is on stormwater. Does the town require control of peak flow only, or peak flow and volumes as released pre- and post-development?
I'll let an engineer or consultant answer that.
I'm sorry, I didn't get...
James Pearson.
Also, we should clarify that in Rhode Island, stormwater is permitted through DEM, not through the town. So the town doesn't have a whole lot of purview.
So you don't
over
have a
how-
lot of purview there?
No, it's through a state permit, through DEM.
So it's not like a conservation commission, so they don't review stormwater. It's determined by RIDM, and in a comprehensive permit at preliminary plan, we're not even required to have the DEM permit.
Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, for the sake of abutters who would be down gradient, peak flow is great. If you control peak flow, that means that, the rate of runoff, but the total runoff could be double if you're not controlling volume. And think of it as how fast you fill the bathtub, or if the bathtub overflows. And so even though you're controlling peak flow, over the long duration of release of stormwater, you can have a lot of water going down gradient in affecting abutters. So it's just a factor. I realize you don't control that. now, but it's something that perhaps one of your peer review engineers could consider.
Okay, thank you. And just, I understand your frustration. I think Attorney Mancini and his experts have been at this a very long time. I've been on the board a little less than a year, and they've been here, I would say, almost every meeting.
We've been here for 3 years.
We have asked all the questions that you have asked, and many, many more.
Well, I apologize for coming in cold.
One at a time.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
We've had a lot of experts in. We're trying to do the best we can by sorting through the information, and we have brought in Weston and Sampson as our own board experts to help us with the more technical aspects of it.
Okay.
So we are doing the best we can. We have had Attorney Mancini back to clarify some issues many, many times. So thank you for your concerns.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Like I said, I apologize. I learned about the project. I'm just looking at this entirely cold. Today, I looked at it. And all these things coming up raise questions that I thought you should hear. So
Thank you.
My final comment is if Stonebridge can possibly come in a public forum and have a discussion with the public here so they can hear firsthand what's going on, I think it would be very helpful.
Thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I don't mean to be short. I just think that it's important to make the point, and I think you've addressed it. We're not new at this. We've been at this for quite a while, and we've addressed the concerns. Every time the board or the community has a question or concern, we come with an expert, we come with a written report, we come with testimony, and we come with a resolution. So we've more than adequately addressed the findings required in the 4553-4. We've shown you permits from the state agencies. We've addressed concerns about school age, about buses. We've been open, transparent, and diligent in this process.
Thank you. Did you have anything before we move on to the next section?
Meredith Mucci, 333 East Road, Tiverton. Mucci, M-U-C-C-I. I have lots of little things I'd like to say, but I'm going to skip to something bigger. And we all need to remember that we are actually all victims of the state here, including the developers, including Mr. Mancini, including your board, including our townspeople. We are all victims of the state who, I implore us to most strategically, it's, what do they call it, lawfare. It's being waged, and it's not okay. And he's so smooth. I want to give him everything he asks for. It's amazing. But we are the losers, and we need to really, if there's anything we can do, and we're kind of at y'all's mercy in this, but to stop this, slow it down. Maybe the laws will change. Maybe the activities of the activists who oppose this legislation will take hold. Other towns are saying no. They've been generous. The conservation land, the work on the sidewalk, coming to every meeting, staying calm. It's mesmerizing. But we need to say no, if we can. I don't know what the consequences are, but it's an adventure that I'm kind of willing to take because I do not want these developments in our town. We can't afford it. We are paying for this. At the end of the day, we are paying to improve the water districts, improve the fire districts, pay for, if somebody takes that beautiful sidewalk they're going to build at our request that leads to nowhere, and now they've walked a dark, dirt, wooded path to nowhere, and they go to cross the street because there's no crosswalk and there's no receiving sidewalk. Are we liable for that at some point? It's just no. And I don't know what that looks like. But I'm hoping for no.
So if I may respond, Madam Chair. So just so the record's clear, I'm not here trying to sell you snake oil. I'm here trying to follow the prescribed statute. And we've met the requirements and the findings of fact. and there are consequences in denying it. This board can't just make a decision based upon a whim or a determination that it doesn't want the project, doesn't like the project, doesn't like the occupancy or the density of the project, doesn't like the color of the project, or doesn't like the amount of water the project uses. At the end of the day, this board has to do its job. It has to vent the information. It has to listen to its peer review. It has to review the state statute, and it has to determine whether or not the applicant has met the burden. And if it believes that the applicant has not met the burden, then you have to make findings to substantiate the fact that we haven't met the burden. But I feel comfortable and confident in telling you that I've made that very difficult for you. I've made that very difficult for you, because I think the only findings you're going to be able to make here supports the approval of the project, which is a good project. It complies with your ordinances, it complies with RIDOT standards, DEM standards, and it complies with the comprehensive permit statute. We're not here to evade responsibilities. We're here to meet them and satisfy them and exceed them. And again, I believe we've done that here.
Hello, my name is Ann Lawton. I live at 155 Kearns Avenue. I just had a question about the Lawton. I had a question about the crosswalk. So the crosswalk is, my concern is I'm one of these walkers that Mr. Osborne's talking about. And when I walk down Main Road, there's a lot of crosswalks. Nobody stops for you. And that's flat. And so my concern is, Sousa's hilly, so someone coming up the road at 40 miles an hour, are they going to see people in the crosswalk? So is there anything, is this crosswalk going to just be striped lines on the pavement, or is there going to be anything that alerts drivers to the fact that people may be in the crosswalk?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So Madam Chair, yeah, so that's a good question, and the answer to that is simply we don't know. We're going to petition RIDOT for crosswalk in that area. RIDOT will ultimately be the determining factor as to whether we do lighting or whether it's just striped walkways.
Okay.
I don't know what, I'm not a traffic engineer, and I'm not RIDOT, so I don't know what they're going to do, but what we can do, what the boards can request of us to do based on conditions, is to make the request of our RIDOT, and then we'll follow from there.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson?
Hi. First of all,
For the stenographer, if you can
yes,
say.
Susan Anderson, 1137 Main Road. Can you go back to the original site plan where you have the whole thing, including the Osborne Bennett Historic District? Nope. Nope, nope. Go back, keep going.
Sorry. I don't think it's on.
There.
Oh, okay, yep, there you go.
Okay, so you have the Historic District wrong.
We have the what, the historic district wrong?
Correct.
Okay.
So you see that little red block that's to the north of the blue line? That is not in the Historic District. What you don't have is my house, which is in the Historic District, which is opposite. See the notch? See where the notch is in the blue?
Can you show that?
My house is right opposite that. That's the Historic District on the west side.
Can you just show that? I don't see that.
On the west side, Ms. Anderson, over here?
Yes, right opposite that notch. That's in the Historic District. That red to the north is not. Okay, so the Historic District goes, just as you have it, from the blue line straight down to Vidi, and then to the 24, and then you have my house, my property, which is right across from that notch. Okay, so that's one thing. If you go on to that Stormwater A slide,
No, wait a minute.
there, okay, so.
Right there.
Well, that shows the stream
this
that
one
comes
shows it.
out.
Right there.
So you were saying the stream that comes out, that goes, is it A that goes to the stream that goes to the west?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm concerned because that stream going to the west goes into Mount Hope Bay. Is that filtered from the stormwater? Is that going to be filtered?
Yes, please.
Yes, we have full water quality treatment on both pavement and roof. We've got a water quality basin, a sediment forebay, a sand filter, and then an infiltration basin.
Okay, so it'll be fine when it goes into Mount Hope Bay?
Correct, and it's worth noting that that pipe outlets water above a 25-year storm. Under a 25-year storm, which is 6.1 inches of rain, the basin only infiltrates. There's no outflow from that basin.
Okay, all right. The other thing is, on your plans that show the stone walls, there's stone walls that are shown, and you have stone walls where the buildings are going to be. These are historic stone walls that all the stone walls on this property were used for livestock because Osborne, not the current Osborne, but his ancestor had all this property, and he had an incredible amount of livestock, which he was renowned for, his cattle. So these are all livestock stone walls. You're going to be taking the ones to the east. There's a lot of stone walls in there that you're going to be taking down, and there's one in the western part. What are you going to do with those stones? Because you cannot sell them. That's a state law. Are you going to repurpose them someplace on
Honestly, I don't know. That's a good question.
the property? Because those are historic stone walls.
I don't know, but I don't, I agree with you that we can't sell them, can't remove them.
Right.
So I don't have a problem with a condition that any stone walls that we remove, we keep on site.
I think there is a condition.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. 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 Yeah, so number 11, the applicant will preserve stone walls on the property to the maximum extent practical. Preliminary site plans shall show locations where the applicant proposes to remove existing stone walls. Final site plans shall show exact locations of stone walls that were removed. The planning board may require the reconstruction of some stone walls in other areas of the site to compensate for loss of existing stone walls once the extent of stone wall removal has been identified. So we'll comply with that.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Thank
it's
you.
already noted on the plans based on what Molly, but we have to a final plan to further substantiate it. So we're okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. One more, and then we have to move on to the next expert.
I'll be quick.
Thank you.
Lindsay Lariviere, Lariviere, at 23 Methuen Street in Tiverton. So to piggyback on what she had just said with the historic district, I had heard that there's also a cemetery, a historic cemetery that's in that area.
Ms. Anderson, please, go ahead.
So that was just my question. So what is there, is it going to be affected at all, or?
No, so we made the commitment back, I think when we first presented preliminary plan, based upon comments from the public, we're not doing any development within any of the historic areas. So that's all going to be preserved as part of conservation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we're not touching that.
And the second question was, with the addition of all these new residents that we're going to have, not everyone has children, but a lot of people do. And I know that Tiverton closed an elementary school not too long ago, so where are all of these kids going to go? How are we going to handle this?
So we made a requirement that all kids in this development have to be homeschooled.
God bless the parents. I'm a teacher, so good luck.
No, so I'm obviously, for the record, I'm just kidding. No, we went methodically through that issue. We actually, as part of the requirement that the board had, we presented a fiscal impact study which identified the amount of school-aged children that this development would produce, the cost of it, and we also had the superintendent at schools present at the last hearing, I believe, or the hearing before, which we made, a presentation with regards to schools and how this project's going to impact them, and that's part of the record.
So
they're going to go through the process like anyone else in Tiverton would go through the process.
But do we have room for all those extra children?
Based on the superintendent's testimony, yes. And we also now, based upon the board's recommendation, we have adequate access for school bus to pick up the students on our site, drop them off, and safely transport them to and from school.
All right, thank you.
Attorney Mancini had gone over it in detail with our superintendent. They forecasted the number of students, and we can well accommodate that and more at this point in time.
Yeah, we beat that horse pretty good.
Yes.
Okay.
You can watch the past meetings if you'd like
Okay.
any additional detail on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, real quick, next witness, please. Thank you, Molly.
So I'm going to have Tim.
This will be the longest.
So if we can have Tim, so my next witness, Madam Chair, is Timothy Theis from PAR Engineering. He worked with Lisa Goyer from PAR Engineering, who presented the PAR's report with respect to the hydraulic model and also the recommendation concerning that hydraulic model. So he's worked with Lisa Goyer, also worked with Bob Ferrari as part of our team in addressing the water issues. And I know that the board had some specific questions with regards to operation and maintenance concerning the tanks that are going to hold 192 gallons of water and the operation of that in conjunction with Stonebridge. So I'm going to have Tim testify to those issues and address questions and comments regarding that.
Mr. Tice, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give to this board in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that this is your solemn affirmation?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
So for those of you, excuse me. So for those of you who may remember, we recently built a hydraulic model for the Stonebridge Water District. When this development came to Stonebridge looking for water, the Stonebridge Water District said, you need to have a hydraulic evaluation done using our model. And they said, engage PAR, who just built this model, to do this hydraulic evaluation for you. So that's how we got involved with this project. So we did this hydraulic model evaluation using Stonebridge's model. And the conclusion was that Stonebridge has the capacity, meaning the volume of water to deliver, but they do have delivery issues, meaning getting peak flows to the development was a problem for them. And to put it in perspective, it was mostly the fire protection, getting that volume of water to the development. So for comparison, the domestic demand projected for this is somewhere between 20 and 40 gallons a minute, depending on the time of year, right? Summertime demand being higher, average demand being lower. The fire flow demand that was projected for this development is much, much higher, closer to 1,600 gallons a minute, right? So, 40 to 80 times higher than what the domestic demand is. And that's where Stonebridge's system had real problems delivering that volume of water. So the conclusion, or I should say that flow rate of water. So the conclusion from the hydraulic evaluation that we performed was that the developer should put storage on site, primarily for the fire flow, right? To store that water so they wouldn't have to pull that water through Stonebridge's system. And to mitigate peak flows. So the proposal, or I should say the conclusions that we have in here, are to put storage on site to mitigate impacts to the Stonebridge system, right? And that's why the storage is there. It's to mitigate impacts to the Stonebridge system. So this is a concept. We feel confident that this concept will work. It will provide safe, reliable water to the development with minimal impacts to Stonebridge. But the system still needs to be designed. It still needs to be engineered. The details of it still need to be worked out. But we are confident that this concept will work for this development.
So you don't have the specifications on the tank sizes yet?
We don't have the exact sizes or the tank specifications. What I can, I didn't mean to interrupt if you were going to ask another question.
No, that's okay, you can.
What I will say is because this will be a system connected to a public water system, Stonebridge is a public water system, and this will be a pumping and storage system connected to a public water system, it will be reviewed by the Department of Health. In Rhode Island, Department of Health has jurisdiction over all public water systems. So anything that is designed, anything that is engineered for this system will get Department of Health approval before it gets built.
And just to clarify, when you did the calculations, you didn't do it just on the 256 units. You also did it on the accessory structures, the dog center and the community center?
Correct. Everything within the development was included.
Was
Yep.
accounted for. And
Correct.
it's at the maximum daily usage,
So
in
we-
addition to the fire suppression.
Correct. So when we do it, we did two domestic demand scenarios, an average demand, and then what we call our maximum day demand, which is, typical of what we might see in the summertime, but it's the maximum day demand. So we did those two domestic demand scenarios, and then when we did the fire flow scenario, we actually imposed the fire flow scenario on the maximum day demand, right?
Now, we have a lot of resident concerns about Stonebridge Water and their infrastructure. They've had, unfortunately, numerous water main breaks, and the last time, it resulted in a major road being closed down for the better portion of a day. Many residents had the boil water notice. If you can just talk to us about the effect of not only that development, we'd like to include that development, but the effect on other residents in terms of water pressure, in terms of water quality, reliability.
Can you clarify the question? So when you say the effects on the other development and the effects that this development will have on those?
Yes. We're concerned that any additional strain on the Stonebridge infrastructure could possibly result in more water main breaks, or could result in a lower pressure for other residents.
So what I can say is we have no evidence that this development is going to increase the frequency of breaks in Stonebridge. Again, the way that the concept that we have come up with is to minimize that impact on Stonebridge, is really to minimize the stress that Stonebridge would have supplying this development. Having the storage in line with, at the entrance to the development is intended to really knock down those peak flows so that Stonebridge doesn't have to provide the peak flows that they would otherwise. So it keeps their flow rate coming to this development down pretty low. So again, we have no reason to believe this is going to cause any increase in breaks in Stonebridge. I'm not going to say Stonebridge is never going to have another break. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball. But I know that Stonebridge is working on their infrastructure. They are working on replacement of the water main on Bulga Marsh Road right now. They've begun the Bulga Marsh. They've secured a designer for that. They're designing the replacement of that right now, and they're doing other infrastructure upgrades right now.
Do you want to continue with anything else?
I'm happy to answer questions.
Could you talk about how the tanks would be filled? Do you have that designed yet? At what time of day, how frequently the tanks would be filled?
So the way this system would likely operate, again, it hasn't been fully engineered, but the way this system would likely operate is very similar to the way storage tanks work in just about every public system in the country. And that is, what they would do is, at the beginning of the day, the tanks would start off full. As domestic demand increases over the course of the day, the water would come out of these tanks, right? It would be pumped to the development. It would deplete the tanks, to some preset level, right? We would never draw the tanks down to zero. We would only take out a little bit, and then once we hit that preset level, right, there would be an inlet valve that opens up and allows water to come in from Stonebridge. And that inlet valve would control that flow rate, so it would keep it a nice measured, even flow rate. And what it would do is it would fill over the course of a day. It would fill on off-peak times, like at night. But it would keep that as a nice measured flow rate so that the peak demands that we see in the development aren't seen by Stonebridge, right? It would fill it at a nice even rate. Typically, the way these systems work is that they fill at night, right, when demand is down, right? In the middle of the night, not a lot of people are using water. That's when systems typically fill their tanks. I see no reason why this would be any different than that.
The recent water main break that we had, people weren't able to use their water for, a day or two. I don't remember exactly how many hours was affected. But what would happen with the level of the tank? Would we be in danger of the fire suppression level?
So the final volume hasn't been established yet, but with this system, because we would use this for domestic flow and for fire protection, we would make sure that the final size of these tanks has water in there for domestic use so that they could weather an emergency for a day and a half, 2 days, whatever it might be. There would be enough volume in there for them to do that without depleting the fire storage, right? So the number in the memo right now is 192,000 gallons. That's what's projected right now for their fire flow, just for fire protection. We would add to that some amount of water, whether it may be a day's worth of water, 2 days worth of water, so that they could cycle through, a day or 2 days worth of water in an emergency without depleting their fire storage.
How would you fill it if the water main break lasted longer than that? Would you get an outside source or an alternate source?
Yes, if we got it, if it lasted longer than that, they would find an outside source to fill that tank, those tanks, yep.
Okay. Do you have anything before I open it up for questions? Nope. Okay. Chris, do you have anything?
No, I don't have anything on the water issue.
Okay. Mr. Pearson?
I don't have anything to comment on just yet, but I'd be happy to answer any questions if they come up.
Okay. And again, Mr. Pearson is our board expert, or acting as our board expert from Weston and Sampson. Susan?
I just wanted to ask about the surface level infrastructure, because we talked about this at the last meeting, and they said there'd be pretty minimal surface level visible infrastructure for this, like maybe like a storage shed for access and maintenance and things, but not, that the tanks would primarily be underground. And so I don't want to, I think that's important, because, a lot of this is about what you'll be able to see, inside the site and from the.
So what's really critical for this evaluation or for this concept is the volume of water. How we store that water, there's, almost an infinite amount of ways we could do it. But what Molly had shown on her plan there were buried tanks, plastic tanks, that would be for potable use. And they would not be visible. The tanks themselves would not be visible. You would see some access hatches at the surface. You would see some vents. All the tanks are going to be vented. And you would have a small building associated for the pumps, right? We have to house the pumps somewhere. And so that would go in an above ground small building. Yep.
Okay, that's the same thing that was presented, and I know you were saying we haven't designed it yet, but I think if you've gone out and said it's going to be minimal surface level interaction, we'll probably include that in our decision too.
Sure.
Mr. Romano?
Help me fashion a condition capturing both the domestic and fire suppression capacity to be stored on site. I don't know how to word that yet. Do you understand what I'm asking you?
I think so.
We're talking about 192,000 gallons for fire suppression, but then you also mentioned an additional amount for domestic use for 24 hours, 48 hours, whatever it may be.
Correct. Which we don't know exactly what that volume is going to be yet.
Who makes that decision?
Well, we would work with Department of Health on that.
It's going to be set by the Department of Health then?
Well, they won't necessarily set it, so we would work collaboratively with them to establish what the right volume is, right? Whether it be half a day's worth of storage, whether it be 2 days worth of storage, whatever it might be. What they're going to want to know are things like how quickly are you turning the tanks over, circulating the water through them, because they want to make sure that water quality is going to stay really good. So we would work with them collaboratively to figure out what that volume is. So I can't sit here today and tell you exactly what that volume needs to be, but it would need to be, what I can say in sort of generic terms is it would have to be enough water for fire protection, regular domestic use, and some volume in reserve for emergencies. Which is typical of how most water storage tanks are sized.
Is that part of the DOT permit that you will eventually have to obtain? No?
It's a department, so Tim, why don't you explain for them the process for Department of Health to review it, approve it, and then there's annual maintenance on it that gets, the Department of Health also reports are made to the Department of Health on an annual basis to comply with their regulations because it's potable water.
Correct. So this project, because it is, as I mentioned, because it is potable water attached to a public water system, the Department of Health will review it. And they're the state agency that has jurisdiction over all potable water systems. I should say public water systems. They will review it, and they will, so we will submit a set of design drawings to them, or the designer will, it won't necessarily be us, would submit a set of design drawings to them. They would review it. They would give us comments. We would address those comments. They would provide their approval, but their approval would come with conditions. And the conditions would be things like what your long-term maintenance has to be, what your long-term reporting has to be to them, what happens in the event of an emergency, what do you have to do in the event of an emergency. So they will have their own set of conditions that get attached to this when it gets approved by them.
Something along the lines of a condition of shall install sufficient water reserves that supply domestic fire and reserves as set by Department of Health in collaboration with the applicant? Is that?
They, more or less correct. It won't be a condition on the approval because it'll be baked into the design that they approve.
But I understand your issue. You're asking for a condition of the applicant to ensure that the applicant follows the process, and that's fine. So the purpose of these tanks is to ensure that we have adequate water in place for fire protection, for reserve, and for domestic use. And it's not because Stonebridge has inadequate water. It's to provide a consistent, constant flow that's then, adequately pumped into the development. Because it's connected to a public source, it's got to be reviewed by Department of Health. And so we have no issue with a condition that we comply with Department of Health regulations for a determination as to fire protection, reserve, and domestic flow, domestic storage. Yeah.
My next question is, can you educate us about those water tanks and how those are maintained? For example, NFPA standards, low water signal, low water level signals or alarms. Is that connected to the fire department? Are they heated in the winter?
So the way they will be operated is they will have a set of different level settings. So they're typically a high water, right? So if the tank overfills, an alarm will go off. A low water, meaning if the water level gets too low, it will go off. And then it will have its normal sort of settings in between, its normal operating range, and those will be communicated back to a central monitoring system. In terms of like low water, something like that can absolutely be reported back to the fire department, right? If those tanks drop too low, that can get reported back to the fire department. In terms of how they're maintained, they would be inspected on a periodic basis. And again, Department of Health will probably set the duration of that, that maintenance period. So every year, every 2 years, every 3 years, whatever it might be. Periodically, they would be cleaned. All tanks accumulate some sediment over time, so periodically they would be cleaned. And then, whatever reporting requirements the Department of Health puts in the conditions, we would comply with.
Do you know if those tanks will be connected to the fire department for that low-level warning?
Again, it hasn't been designed yet, but that they can be, right? That can be something that we do when we put that low-level. So basically, we have an alarm system.
Do I need to make that as a condition?
You can. Okay. Again, it's something we absolutely can do. It's not a heavy lift to have that report back to the fire department.
Okay. And I cheated because I did ask Captain Murphy beforehand, and he also suggested to me that he may require you to install a fire hydrant for fire suppression purposes. Any concerns with that?
No. No concern.
I think we already have 6, and we'll throw another one for 7. So, yeah, we'll do an additional fire hydrant.
Okay. Thank you.
I think just to follow up on that, I just want to make sure our fire marshal will have an opportunity to review the spec sheet and go over that ahead of time, and any of his recommendations that he feels are needed would be included.
So when this does get designed, there'll be a drawing set, and there will be a book of what we call technical specifications, and those can absolutely be provided to the fire department for their review.
Yeah, and if I may, just for, I think the planning board knows, but just for the public, I mean, there'll be a whole set of construction documents that get submitted to the fire department for the fire marshal's review prior to the issuance of the building permit, and part of that set of drawings will be the specifications for the installation and layout of the tank. So that'll be all reviewed by them, along with the fire suppression system, the hydrants, and obviously this tank, and it'll probably be done consistently or contemporaneously with the Board of Health, Department of Health, rather, I'm sorry.
So basically, it's the Board of Health that
Department of Health.
would require the quality of water plants. You would have to meet their testing guidelines.
Correct. So Department of Health is primarily concerned with water quality. They want to make sure that everybody who is connected to a public system is getting appropriate and adequate water quality. So when they review these design plans, that will be forefront in their mind, is the water quality.
Okay. And then you'll have your own internal maintenance plan.
Correct, which
for
we...
cleaning the tanks and for monitoring
which
them.
we will probably have to provide to the Department of Health for their approval.
Okay.
As part of the design package.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just briefly, I live in Stonebridge, right down the street, and already during the day, you can't finish a shower without the pressure going up and down, currently. We've had 3 or 4 breaks on my street. Short's the little street right down the street, Nicholson Place. In the last 2 or 3 years, I've had my driveway dug up 4 times, I think, in the last 3 years, replacing pipes that are broken on that street. What relief does the town have if the water tank negatively affects the Stonebridge district? What kind of thing can be built in that would force them to either upgrade their system, do what they have to do? I mean, this is all proposed. We don't really know how it's going to work in effect. I mean, we don't know. We're doing this because of the level of the water there and the pressure unavailability at that height. So we're trying to pump the water up there so it gives us better pressure for the for the thing, correct? And so, how many other tank systems are in the Stonebridge area right now? Did you do any research on that?
That are doing this exact system?
Similar.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so we don't have anything to gauge by. And since we've already know that people who live in Stonebridge know that the pressure varies very, often. I mean, it goes up and down. It's almost like someone comes in the house and turns all your faucets on, the power just drops, and then all of a sudden the pressure comes right back up about a minute later. It happens currently now, because I live here. But we have no other thing to gauge that by in the Stonebridge Water District that we can say, hey, listen, we've tested these before, we've seen these before, we're just basically hoping everything works, and if it doesn't, what relief does the town, or even the residents for that matter, who will be suffering under that low pressure?
So, a couple of comments on that. So in terms of the pressure fluctuations that you see right now, I can't, not knowing exactly where you live and plugging into the model, I can't see exactly what the issue is. But what I can say is, as I mentioned earlier, what's very typical is a system like this would pump at night, right? And not pump at night, they would fill the tanks at night, right? And so that's typically when demand is at its lowest and pressure is at its highest. So the idea would be to fill this tank during off-peak times. So if you're seeing pressure fluctuations in the middle of the day, all times. So the point would be that this tank would fill probably in off-peak times when people are not using as much water, so that the impact to Stonebridge would be minimal.
Okay, but we don't have any similar tank systems that we can use as a guide to see how this is going to affect our system?
I'm not aware of any in Stonebridge, but this system that's being proposed right now is not, this is a pretty common system.
Okay.
Yep.
Yes, if I may, it was testified previously that the casino has a similar system, but I don't know if they're in Stonebridge or if they're in North Tiverton.
They're actually in Fall River. They get their water directly from Fall River.
Okay, thank you. Rosemary, do you have anything? Okay. Janice?
When these pumps are filling, are they going to make a lot of noise, or is it quiet?
These pumps would be relatively quiet, yes. You're not going to be able to hear them. I mean, they're going to be inside a building. So if you're more than a few feet away from the building, you wouldn't be able to hear them.
Okay.
Thank you. Adam?
You have the correct volume for domestic only, right? If there was domestic water, you didn't have to worry about fire suppression. You'd have enough water for the project.
They have enough water.
Okay, for domestic water.
For domestic, they have enough volume.
Well, the issue is fire suppression, right?
That is where their ability to deliver water is most acute. It's during a fire flow.
Is there no system that we could utilize that would use any type of runoff, something to help save a natural resource? Any of the water that comes from the property, from the roof?
For fire protection?
For fire protection, that would fill those tanks?
That would be a totally separate system from what we're proposing here. Right, that would not be a domestic system, that would be totally separate.
Well, right, wouldn't that be a benefit, though? You wouldn't have to worry about the Department of Health, you wouldn't have to worry about your tanks being filled by your fire suppression tanks being filled by the Stonebridge District. It would be
perhaps
self-sustaining.
I would say I've never seen a fire cistern filled exclusively from runoff.
Okay.
That would be very difficult to get approved by the fire department, I believe.
I
believe
get that. Okay.
Thank you, Adam. Stu, do you have any questions?
Yes. The first thing I'd like to suggest is that you probably need an O&M plan just for the water tanks, in operation and maintenance plan just for the water tanks, so that everybody knows what the rules are, how often the maintenance is tackled, and that plan should have input and assent from the fire marshal and from Stonebridge Fire District, maybe even North Tiverton Fire District, since they are in some sense involved in this. And of course the Department of Health, and maybe even the State Water Resources Board, I'm not sure. But I think you should be thinking about that, and because that could end up being a condition on certainly for preliminary plan approval to be done before final plan is approved, and I think that O&M plan could be reviewed by Weston and Sampson as a peer review. Because there are a lot of issues, particularly everybody on the planning board has received a memo from Ann Lawton that raises a number of issues about the tanks, and an O&M plan would actually address those issues. So that's the first thing I'd like to just throw out as a suggestion. The second thing is there have been anecdotal reports about discussions taking place between Stonebridge Fire District and North Tiverton Fire District on ways to collaborate in providing water to this particular project. Is that true, or do you know of anything going on, and is it something that the board should be made aware of?
I believe there have been discussions, but I'm not at liberty to speak on their behalf on that.
We in that case, we might then want to ask, as the gentleman has already suggested, that Stonebridge come in, and maybe North Tiverton Fire District come in and address that issue, because I think it is relevant given the issues that have been raised over a long period of time. And so the third question is actually a question I would like to address to our legal counsel. In the event, Mr. Romano, in the event that there's a severe water disruption in the Stonebridge District, let's say a fire hydrant isn't able to produce water when the fire department is trying to put a fire out, and that disruption can be traced through the hydraulic modeling to the applicant's proposed project. Who would be held legally liable for any cost, any damage that might occur? Would it be the town, because the town has approved the project and issued the permits? Is the town of Tiverton taking on a risk of liability?
No, Mr. Hardy, no. Because then you would be taking on a liability on every single project. It's not a path that's going to be traced back to the town. That's not to say that some creative plaintiff's attorney will not name the town, but offhand, I would say I do not see how that could be a viable claim against the town, because you are making a decision based on the expert evidence that's been presented to you. Otherwise, we just close the borders. No more projects whatsoever under your scenario.
Thank you.
No more home developments, anything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pearson, do you have any comments before we open it up to the public?
No, I don't have any comments at this time, but again, happy to answer any questions if they arise.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to circle back on your first comment about the O&M. So I believe the Department of Health will require an O&M for the system, for the tanks and for the pumps, and that will be a condition of their approval. So I'm highly confident that that will be addressed.
And will that O&M be made available to the town?
Yes. So as we stated previously, at the time of construction, we will present to the fire department, to the building department, the construction plans, which will incorporate the tank specifics, along with an operation and manual O&M plan, if you will.
Maintenance.
Maintenance, yeah. And we're not opposed to a condition that says that plan either be recorded in the land evidence records or be provided to the town as a separate document, so that, because I think your point is a good one, that's how can we get direct access to this O&M plan to ensure that maintenance, to ensure that there's something that has to be done there and it's being done. And an important point too, and Tim alluded to it, again, because this is connected to the public source, or Department of Health is going to require us to do annual testing on this and annual reporting, similar to as if we had a public well. So that's going to be part of it. And then to address your second question, we're also actively seeking an alternative means of providing water, either through Fall River or through a collaborative effort with North Tiverton or with Stonebridge. But we can't hang our hat on that. And so this is the proposal. We believe it's a fair proposal. We believe it's reasonable. It's feasible. It's been done in the past. It's reliable. It's been confirmed as such. So this is the plan. If we should switch plans, we would be obligated to come back to the planning board as it would be a material change, and it would need to be reviewed by the board if we make that switch.
Okay, thank you. We're going to open it up to any members of the public. We do want to keep to the 3 minutes, though, because we're already 2 hours into just our first agenda item.
Just 1 minute, Doctor. Are you okay?
I could use 5 minutes.
5-minute break.
Okay.
Please.
We will take a 5-minute break and then continue with your comments. Attorney Mancini, you're okay to start up?
This is what I'm going to do. Just whack it.
If we could have everyone's attention, please. Attorney Mancini?
So we have a lot of moving parts here. I think the first thing we need to do is, Mr. Mancini, your project has taken a lot of time this evening, and that's fine with the board. We have other applicants. They've asked me, specifically ECC and the Sousa Road Trilogy project, if they can be continued to the June 2nd meeting. I only want to do that to them if we agree that this project will be continued to June 16, and whatever extension of time clocks are necessary are granted as well.
Just remind me, I thought we have till June 24th to make a decision, right?
We may.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to cover all my bases, just in case, Mr.
Yeah,
Mancini.
so I'm good continuing to June 16th. I can't agree to a continuation of the time clock.
Beyond June 24.
Beyond June 16th. So when we get to June 16th, if there's, seems to be still outstanding items, then we can do that, but.
The time clock is June 14th.
Oh, June 14th. So I'll agree to an extension to June 16th. I'll agree to 2 additional days.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm just going to informally poll the board to make sure we are all available for a June 16th meeting, hopefully for a decision on the Vital project. Mr. Hardy? 6:30. Mr. Hardy? Adam?
Yes.
Ms. Gomes? Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Mara? Okay. All right, so with that, we're going to take out of order, if somebody can please agree to make the motion, to take ECC out of order for the purposes of making a request to continue its project to June 2.
Second.
Mr. Akers, June 2 for you, sir?
Yes, solicitor.
And 1 second. Okay, your time clock is fine, thank you.
All right.
Let's have a vote on continuing.
Could we have a vote to continue ECC until the June 2nd meeting? Okay, all in favor? Okay.
Second and unanimous, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Akers.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Landry? Just a minute, Doctor. Mr. Landry?
Good evening, Mr. Romano. Attorney Matthew Landry on behalf of the Trilogy project.
You're also requesting to be continued to June 2nd meeting, is that correct?
To June 2nd, with the understanding that we would be first on that agenda, given all the extensions and the patience of my client, respectfully would ask that we go first on June 2nd, and we will extend the time clock for that period as may be necessary.
Will you give us like a 10-day buffer as well?
Of course.
So June 2?
June 2.
12, I mean.
12, yes, excuse me, June 12th, yep.
So can I have a motion to continue the Trilogy project to the June 2nd meeting, and also extending the time clock to June 12th, please?
So ordered.
Second.
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Landry.
Okay. Yes.
Slowly, Doctor. All right, so we're going to return now to the Vital project. Mr. Mancini, you're all set?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Dr. Robert Bishop.
Just press.
81 Leisure Lane.
Mr. Bishop, green light, please.
Okay, good. My name is Dr. Robert Bishop, address 81 Leisure Lane, Tiverton. Joint degrees, MIT and Harvard, 29 United States patents. I'm a technical dude. So I want to look at some numbers. We spoke earlier that we're looking at 20 to 40 gallons a minute. That corresponds to 57,600 gallons a day for this project. We have Picasset. Picasset has 275 units. Using the same usage would be another 63,360 gallons for a total of 121,000 gallons a day. We have another unit also right by there for 50 units for another 11,000 gallons a day. Total amount, 1,332,000 192 gallons a day. Let's just think about 192 gallons a day. Now, if you have these tanks, they got storage tanks, but guess what? They got to be filled. They can hold them, they got to be filled. You're taking the water out. If you did it continuously, which we're not, we can only do it at peak hours, continuous would require 5,500 gallons an hour, every hour. Now, if you're going to do it only on peak hours, take half of that, would be 10,000 gallons it would have to give you if you did it only in 12 hours. And if you did it in 8, it would be 15,000 gallons. Now, I believe that the only people that can answer that is Stonebridge and Tiverton Water Supply Company. I can't do it, but those are hard numbers, and I think we need them here before any decisions can be made. Can they supply 132,000 gallons a day at a usage of average 5,000 gallons an hour? Either it's yes or no. I can't do that, but I don't think we can make a decision unless we have that number. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to make any comments before the next person?
So those other developments that you mentioned, I believe, are not in the Stonebridge Fire District. Those are not being served from this water system.
So are they tied together for the general usage, reservoirs, feed for the area, amount of water coming in to the unit? I mean, it's filled per how much water is coming into the general area, how does it get divided? I don't have that answer, but it has to be looked at a totality. Whoever does that, but somebody has to. Okay, and a side note, just because I'm up here, so on a traffic, and I know we're talking about water, so if you have in parking, that was the other thing, 400 and almost 500 spots, parking spots for this development. Pecasset would have another 550. That's 1,000 cars added. So beside all this water issue, we got 1,000 cars plus seasons. 1,000 cars into that small area. So that should be looked at, again, totality. So just look at it. That's all I'm saying. Someone should look at the totality of everything coming in. Thank you.
Joe. Joe Peruzzi, 264 Captain Circle. Can I just make a general comment, because it's kind of cut me off, then
Sure.
I'll get to water. But, I mean, like he said, we got already approved over 300 units already. This guy is very good at selling it, that's what he's there for. And he's got his experts, but the experts are going to, back him up. What if they're wrong, okay? He's gone, all these developers are gone, and like this gentleman said, we're going to pay, okay? People in this room are going to pay. So, what do we know? We already approved 380. Why are we approving more when you don't know what the outcome's going to be? Wait till those 380 are filled, then it's not speculation anymore. Then you got reality, okay? On schools, water, fire, police departments, whatever. You know exactly what you have before you add any more developments. And plus, the political climate's changing, okay? So you got at least a third of the towns in the state are fighting this. You have 12 towns with Portsmouth that say this class action suit. You have 7 towns that already denied this recently. The more towns that deny these developments, the legislatures are going to have to react. You got a new Speaker of the House, you got different laws coming in. Why we want to rush and put more developments and put more pressure on people. So that's, now I'll get to water, okay? I get some questions. The reason I can go to water, one is to be the most expensive to fix, and 2, they have a report, so I can actually look at it and get numbers. Like traffic, I didn't see a report. So they have average and they have maximum gallons. And if you look at that, what I saw in the report was they say they have 115 gallons per bedroom. But bedrooms don't use water, okay? People use water. So, I'm using a number, and they're going to say I'm wrong, but 80 to 100 gallons is what they say a normal person uses. So if you divide 80 to 100 gallons into the average, they're coming up with, based on 512 bedrooms, either 0.9 or to 1 person per bedroom. Okay, that's what that average comes down to. Do you really believe they can put a place up like that for one person per bedroom? At maximum, that translates to 1.2 to 1.5 people per bedroom, okay? That's ridiculous, okay? It's like there's 18 people for students for school, okay? The same, well, I'm going to swear, so I won't say anymore. Anyways, but if you take that number and say 2 people per bedroom, which is probably low, use the same thing, now you're up for its maximum to 100,000 gallons of water, which is over half this storage tank. So that means they got to fill that up on a daily basis, all right? So again, getting to, and I know people already said, like he said, you don't have much water pressure. But you know what the more important thing is? If they use the same analysis for the 380 that you already approved, okay? And you already know that, I get these things wrong, North Tiverton, okay, is going to supply water. They're already at the maximum. So, like I said, the same analysis for them. North Tiverton might not be able to supply water to the 380 you already have already. You don't know. Again, I go back. Once they're filled, that's reality, okay? Right now, he can speculate all he wants. I can speculate. Anybody can speculate, okay? I'm urging you to say no. We already got 380. We don't need any more. Not just his development, all of them. Draw a line, join these other towns, and say enough's enough, okay? And see what happens, because these laws are going to change. You got people putting bills in to change things. Why rush based on his deadline? Just tell them to go home, okay?
Thank you.
I just want to address this issue that the laws are going to change and that it will affect this project. That's completely false. This project is vested under a set of laws already. It's not going to change that. So I appreciate the argument, but it's not going to make a difference.
John Baylog, 29 Elk Drive, Tiverton. B-A-Y-L-O-G. 2 quick points to make. I have to remember what they are. My comment is in all the concurrent development vital, the ones that come before and the ones that come after. And as noted, the state has these mandates. Point number 1, I just want to point out at 25% low income, that means if there are considerable infrastructure costs that are imposed on the town, that means 75% of those costs are really to subsidize the developers. Let's be honest, that's what it's about. And so my second point is, are there any contingency plans? Are there any plans if there's an abundance of infrastructure costs, either water, roads have to be expanded, traffic lights, whatever, is there any plan on how that's going to get paid for? There are 3 possibilities the way I see it. 1, you can let everybody go with what they got, and if there's a lot of costs, you can, impose on the Tiverton taxpayer and have them pay it. But that, from my perspective, that's a subsidy to the developer profits, and I would encourage you to resist. You could ask the developers to, through voluntary funding or whatever, to pay for any unplanned infrastructure costs, and that's a possibility. It might be in everybody's interest, maybe not. The third thing is to do what really Joe's implying, and that is collect data. And don't, as infrastructure demands are imposed on the town, you can regulate the scale of the development such that the Tiverton taxpayer to a significant level where the Tiverton taxpayer is not badly affected. That's really my point. These are general comments, but it's important to have some idea if there's a significant increase in infrastructure costs, what's the plan? How's it going to be paid for? That's my question. Thank you.
A.J. Miranda, Captain Circle. My first is just an idea that might be helpful to you. When you mentioned that there was a swale on Main Road, and that was like an obstacle, I believe there's bridges that go over swales, and maybe the state could work out something with you there. I've seen bridges that go over swales. It's no big deal. The other thing is a question about like mail delivery. Do you have in your plan where like mailboxes will be delivered? I know they're very minor things, but that's more traffic because then you got mail delivery, you got Amazon delivery, you got food delivery, you got all these vehicles going in and out of your village or whatever it is. When you develop these villages, do you take that into consideration in the traffic plans?
Terry Mancini.
Yes, we do. So if you look at the preliminary plan layout, what we've done is we've designated a central point, and that's the clubhouse. So the purpose of the clubhouse is not only to act as a center for community activities and conjugation, but also to act as a central location for mail delivery, Amazon delivery, FedEx deliveries, all of that. So you don't have deliveries, you don't have mail trucks, Amazon trucks, or FedEx trucks circulating the premises or the campus, if you will, but they're going to go right to the clubhouse. And based upon the back and forth between the applicant and the planning board, what we've done is we've created a wider access point. If you see there's 2 dedicated lanes now, one for traffic coming into the site and one for traffic going out of the site. And we did that specifically so as to ensure that you didn't confuse or convolute fire emergency vehicles with delivery vehicles with regular traffic in and out. So they're wide lanes, dedicated lanes that come in and out, and they circulate in the development. So we've done a whole circulation pattern here.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Carol Herman, I live at 1106 Main Road. My property abuts the parcel on which they hope to build their project. I would like to talk about water. I understand that they believe the 10 underground storage tanks will address the flow and pressure issues. I don't understand their conclusion that therefore Stonebridge can reliably provide them with water, because Stonebridge does not reliably provide its current customers with water, and that's due to its infrastructure. In the 2022 report filed by Stonebridge Water with the state, they noted they have 80-year-old asbestos concrete piping, and it's in fair to poor condition. And that's, of course, what leads to our water main breaks. So after I attended a meeting last February about this project and water came up, I started charting our water main breaks. And between February of 2025 and April of 2026, a period of 15 months, we had 8 water main breaks, lasting anywhere from a half hour to several hours. And of course, as anybody who's experienced them knows, they happen randomly at the worst possible time. It's 5 a.m. and you're getting in the shower and you have no water. Or you want to cook dinner and you have no water. Now, again, those underground storage tanks may protect the project from the absence of water. But that's only half of the problem created by water main breaks. The other half is when the water starts flowing again. Because when it starts flowing again, your pipes are full of air, and what comes out is water that's rust-colored and filled with sediment. And so everyone has to go through their house from basement to, second or third story and flush out every hot water, every cold water faucet, every sink, every tub, and flush every toilet so that you have clear water. So I ask the developers to consider what will happen when you start refilling after a water main break and the pipes are full of air and you're getting a lot of sediment in your water tanks. Do you then have to empty them completely? I know we have water filters, but I've given up on replacing them because one water main break overwhelms it. So because Stonebridge cannot currently reliably supply its customers, I would ask that the board require that Stonebridge reliably provide water to its current customers before it even considers supplying water to any large new customers.
So I heard, I guess, one question in there that I can address, and that's the question of what happens if there's a water main break and there's sediment and air in the line, and how that would affect the customers in this proposed development. Having the tanks in line, as we'll say, as an interceptor, is certainly going to help. These tanks are going to be vented, so if there's air in the line coming in, it will come into these tanks, and these tanks will provide an opportunity to vent that air out. They also will provide a place for sediment to settle out. I had mentioned earlier, when a question was asked about operation and maintenance, all tanks collect sediment over time, and these tanks will be cleaned out on a periodic basis. If we get an inrush of sediment as a result of a water main break, they can certainly go out there and they can clean they can clean the tanks out, in between regular scheduled maintenance.
So the past water main break, there was a boil water in effect for possible bacterial infiltration. Would you'd have to clear all those tanks, all 10 of those tanks would have to be emptied completely, right? Or you'd have to boil water until they were...
So because we would be part of this, we would be in the Stonebridge system. If there's a boil water order in the Stonebridge system, it would apply to this development as well.
Yeah, right, but how would you know when all of the water that was contaminated in your tanks was used? I mean, wouldn't it be the best thing to just get rid of all the water that was in the tanks?
That's a possibility if it's confirmed that the water has been contaminated. Sometimes boil water orders are precautionary.
That would be in your O&M?
That would be in the O&M plan, yep. Okay. Yep. So if it was confirmed to be contaminated, they would be drained, disinfected, and refilled.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? How often do does the water tanks have to be, I imagine they have to be, go to the state to be checked monthly?
No, not typically monthly. So water tanks are inspected anywhere between 3 and 5 years on a normal basis. That's the normal inspection schedule for a water tank.
If someone has a private well, they usually go to the state. I think it's monthly. You mean you'd have this big storage tank and not have it tested?
Well, so again, we would be a connection on the Stonebridge system. So Stonebridge would be testing their water before it gets to us. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else from the public?
Sure. Good evening, folks. Robert Jobin, Stafford Road, Tiverton.
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
Jobin. Okay. Just a few comments about these tanks and whatever. 200,000 gallons sounds like a lot of water. And it actually, in some respects it is, in other respects it is not. I was looking at the fire flow requirements for these buildings. Unfortunately, I didn't have dimensions for the buildings. 1,600 gallons a minute is one truck pumping at maximum capacity. Any fire in those buildings, I can tell you what, you're not going to have one truck. You're going to have multiple trucks pumping at this facility. There's a University of Minnesota formula that basically says, I see the engineer saying, yep, cubic feet, how many, 100 cubic feet require 100 gallons per minute to extinguish a fire. And that's going back quite a few years. I think that was the early 70s, somewhere around there. Unfortunately, what's happened since the early 70s to today, everything's changed. We've gone more to plastics. We're staying away from woods. We've got polyurethanes. The substances are far more flammable and far more dangerous, so you need more water to extinguish them. Case in point, a regular car fire. Anybody have a quick guess how much water, how many gallons per minute it would basically take to extinguish a car fire? 500. Regular car fire. Regular car fire, 500. Electric car. Any guesses?
25.
Keep going. multiply it by 20,000 gallons to put out a car fire, an electrical car fire because of the batteries. You really have to cool everything down in that particular area. So let's go back to the 200,000 gallons that you have. You mentioned that the tank is normally full in the morning and it's drawn down. The problem is, you never know when you're going to have a fire. Now, you put an electric car up against the building, I guarantee you, I don't know what time that's going to be. Okay? 200,000 gallons isn't sufficient, in my opinion, for the size of these buildings. So I think you should go back and take a look at your formulas. NFPA, I think, is going to come out very shortly with new formulas as far as extinguishment goes because of the different materials that are out there. The lithium batteries, runaway batteries, are absolutely incredible. So I wouldn't lock the board into 200,000 gallons for that particular residence. The other thing I had that, if it is approved, what I would like to see, and the authority having jurisdiction here in town should be looking at, is a yard hydrant for these tanks. Because what we're looking at is comprehensive projects in that particular area. So if this one has a problem with volume or pressure, the others may or may not, depending where they're at. But a yard hydrant will allow the fire department to tap those tanks to help extinguish fires at other places. So that's something to look at if you do approve it and if they're willing to do that. Backflow devices. I'm sure you're very familiar with backflow devices. So with the yard hydrant, you're going to be more careful with that. It would take more testing. Somebody mentioned earlier temperatures of the tanks and what the fire alarm systems would require. Number one, the tanks have to be made, excuse me, got a little cold, at 42 degrees. Summer, winter, not summer, excuse me, winter, minimum 42 degrees for the tanks. That's part of the NFPA regulation, whether above ground or below ground. Usually if they're below ground, you don't have that issue because the ground's about 55 degrees. If it's above ground, then you run into some issues. Last but not least, a low alarm in the system is incredibly hazardous to everybody. Anybody living there, anybody requiring water, so that would automatically go into the fire alarm system. I don't know with Tiverton how large this system is to handle that type of thing. I know the fire department's relatively small, so when you're putting this size building there, you're putting a maximum amount of pressure on their fire department for life rescue. I don't know if anybody on the board has a question.
Thank you. We've asked multiple times. Our fire marshal is going to be extensively involved with this before any final approval. He'll have an opportunity to look at all of this information.
Yeah, the authority having jurisdiction has incredible power with these folks. They can demand many things, so he can really, and who the authority having jurisdiction in this particular town, I'm not sure if it's the fire marshal. Usually it's the chief of the department working in conjunction with the fire marshal. So
our town planner works with whoever at the fire department. I know the fire marshal is involved, but he will get anyone else involved that he needs to before final sign-off.
I'd be willing to volunteer my services.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
Hi, Rick St. Pierre, 143 Warren Avenue. It hasn't been established that North Tiverton Fire District is going to be detached from this, not involved in this. They said before that they're still looking into this. So is it just the Stonebridge Fire Department, Water Department, or they're going to put in the North Tiverton Fire District into that? Has that been, because people ask me, a lot of people are upset by this because North Tiverton is a very small, packed area, and we need the water.
Yes, so right now the plan is Stonebridge.
Okay, I got that, but what happens if Stonebridge don't come through? So this is the plan. Everybody's got a plan, but this is your plan right now. And I don't mean to be rude. This is your plan, but if that doesn't go through, what's Plan B? Plan B is North Tiverton Fire District. Then what? Then you don't have enough water for North Tiverton.
Yeah.
This thing got to, this is amazing. It got this far along, and the infrastructure hasn't been figured out yet, the road problem, you got state roads surrounding this thing, and you don't have any water.
The application is presently to have water supplied by Stonebridge Water District. If that changes, they will have to come back to this board with a material change to that plan or approved application. Mr. Mancini has said that, board knows that, that's the law.
Okay, all right, okay.
Okay?
As long as we all know, yeah.
There will be a public hearing if there's a major
there's no
modification.
answer to that, because people wanted to know, and I told them I'd find out.
If there's a change from Stonebridge to North Tiverton, that's a major modification which would require a public hearing,
Yep.
and you will receive notice.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next step.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm going to dismiss this witness unless there's any further questions, and I'm going to bring Chad Atwater up, who's our architect, and to address the issue concerning, so the planning board at the last meeting had some questions with regards to site distances, requesting some additional information concerning that, and also concerning our dimensional variances. So in conjunction with our comprehensive permit, we're also seeking variances. And the variances that we're seeking, one is particular to the height of the building. So at master plan, as we indicated, master plan had a total of 10 buildings. From master plan to preliminary plan, we made some changes to the site layout. The preliminary plan now provides for 6 residential buildings as opposed to 10 residential buildings. So preliminary plan has 6 residential and 2 other buildings that are non-residential. One is for the daycare, the other is the clubhouse. We've asked for variances relative to the clubhouse, the 4-story building, and the 3-story building. 4 of the buildings are 3-story buildings. 2 of the buildings are 4-story buildings. And so we requested the variance. There was some confusion with regards to the variance that was requested at preliminary plan versus master plan. So at preliminary plan, we're talking about the heights that now have been determined. At master plan, what was presented was conceptual. It was, again, optional. What is being presented now is closer to construction level, more detailed, and so we have a better sense of what the building elevation is going to be, how they're going to be measured, and what we are required for variances. And I'm going to ask Chad to be sworn in and then kind of walk through 2 issues for us. One is the site distances and what can be seen at various locations, and then secondly, the discussion as to the elevations of the clubhouse, the 3-story building, and the 4-story building, and the need for the variance. A, to solidify the request of the variance so we have a particular number, we know what we're asking for and what we're seeking of the board, and then secondly, determination as to why we need that and why we're seeking that. So I'll just ask that Chad be sworn in.
Mr. Atwater, do you swear or affirm, right hand, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give to this board in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that this is your solemn affirmation?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, my name is Chad Atwater. I work with ISG Architects. We do all sorts of stuff, but my experience in 25 years doing this is in multifamily residential projects up and down the East Coast, and we do some work in the Midwest. It's a unique project type. It's a specialty. There's a whole lot of nuances in it, and we'll talk about some of the development of how we got to the building heights that we have. And I think what you'll see is everything's based on a decision based on the construction of these types of projects and their requirements. So that's the building height, which we'll get to. But I want to start first with the view diagrams. I know there were a lot of questions about, what's visible, right, from this site, depending on where you're at. And so the board asked us to create some view diagrams. We did that. And so I will talk about this first site contour plan. You can see sections A, B, C, and D. Those are site sections that we cut from one point on Main Road 2 points on Route 24 and then another point on Fish Road, in addition to the ones we previously cut on Souza in the preliminary plan. So what you're looking at there, just for context, the red line, we'll start with site section A. That red line that's cutting across the site is going to, which we'll show in the next couple slides, is essentially taking a person who's 6 foot tall, that's not me, looking up from that point towards the site. And what you'll kind of see there with the contours, and I know they're hard to read, essentially from section A, we're around elevation 152. It varies somewhere around there, and it's going to generally slope up, right, up to about 220. There's variations in grade, and so all I'm showing there is just what the state maps and contour maps currently show. And so I'll kind of walk through each of these site sections, but we'll start at section A. So that's at Main Street, as if you're at Main Street looking up towards the site. And the question really here that we're trying to answer is, is the building visible from there? Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. Okay. So from Main Road, just for some more context, on the far left of your screen, you can see elevation 152. There, it's very hard to see, but there's a little telephone pole there, and below that is a little dot of a 6 foot person. And then you can see generally how the contours are going with that gray shaded line. And that leads all the way up to our building. Another thing you'll see there is kind of light, is an angle with some vertical lines that are going up, and that's essentially just showing that there's different tree heights, right, and coverage in those conditions. And the pictures reflect that. You can kind of see there's some clear areas. There's areas where we have a 40-foot tree, a 20-foot tree. You might have shrubs up front. You might have nothing. But the overall idea here is to show what you're looking at. So in this case, off of Main Road, we're about, sorry, my vision is like poor here, but 2,000 square feet, 2,000 feet or so, almost a quarter mile away from the building. And so with some site photos that you can kind of see there in the summer months and versus the winter months where you don't have the tree coverage, our understanding and the way we look at this is you're not going to see the building from Main Road, and you could say we could state that anywhere along Main Road you're just 70 feet below the actual buildings and over a quarter mile away. It just doesn't, it's not possible. So that's site section A. We'll keep going around. So site section B, this is cut through Route 24. It's kind of set at the where we're closest to the building, and I know we had some previous cuts where there's some questions of, well, let's get as close as we can. And so in this site section, we're about 430 feet from the building. And then within that, again, you can kind of see on the left side, there's a little 6 foot figure there, and that view angle of them looking up or straight ahead. And then you can see the vertical lines, there's some different heights of trees. And again, we're showing some contours of generally what's going on there as you go up towards the building. What the graphic doesn't show clearly, but the pictures do, is the trees and the shrubbery and the plantings and the things that are there. The buildings are still quite far away from the road. You're also traveling at 65 miles an hour. Our understanding of this is we think in the winter you're going to get glimpses of the building. Is it extreme? I don't think so. I think they're obstructed views. I think in the summer, we don't believe that you're going to see the building due to the existing tree heights. So that's site section B. If we go to site section C, it's really very similar to C, but we're a little closer. Okay? So here, we're about 346 feet from the site. And you can kind of see the same method in diagrams. And the conclusion here is the same as the previous site, section B. We think there'll be some obstructed, limited views of the building in the winter months, not likely in the summer, given the height of the existing tree canopy. Next section, if we go to section D, this is along Fish Road. Again, this one's pretty far away from the site. We're at about 1,200 feet. This one, there's some blocking views. The site is generally going up, but you're masked by the existing car dealership along Fish Road altogether. And in our opinion, we don't believe that the site's going to be visible, or the buildings will be visible from there. The image on the left is obviously right in front of the dealership, and then on the right, you can see where Sousa Road is in the corner of the house, and that road sort of is going up to a peak point. So those are the site sections. You want to keep going into the next, or do you want to stop there for any questions, or?
Yeah, let's stop there.
Okay. Happy to answer any questions on site.
I can't see it yet. I can't say anything. I don't really understand. Anyway, just trying to describe. You just can't see it.
Well, that's the point. You can't see the building.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it's hilarious. Yeah, we just can't see what's on the screen. I can't see the screen very well.
I got hard copies if you need.
Not working.
I would keep going at this point, and then we can ask questions when
Yeah, I guess
we're
if it's
finished.
helpful to move closer, I think if that helps anyone to see.
I can't see it. I'm not the only one here who can't see.
I can't see you.
Oh, okay.
Well, the board asked us to do these slide presentations. We do the slide presentation, and now you're telling us you can't see it, so.
Turn off these lights, maybe?
Yeah, it's your angle probably. Yeah.
Okay, let's go
Yeah,
back from the
yeah.
beginning, because if you didn't see it, it's important that
Yeah.
people understand it.
If I could just say, I think one of the issues really people are having is because of the scale and really the distance, the buildings end up being so small. When you're trying to draw everything to scale and you've got quarter of a mile or 400 or 600 feet, even a 60-foot tall building is going to be very small on that drawing. So I think that's part of why the drawings aren't translating as well as you would want to see.
Well, take it from this example that may be more helpful. So we can agree that a football length is 360 feet. So from section A, which is Main Road, you're looking at 2,000 feet before you get to the edge of the first building or the four-story building. So you're talking about essentially 360 feet per football field. You're looking at 5 or 6 football lengths, and in that distance, you're looking through a 75-foot no-cut zone plus existing conservation no disturbance area. Plus, you're looking at different heights of trees and taking into account the different contours. That's why the testimony is that from Main Road, you're not going to be able to see these buildings at all. When you look at cut section B and C, both on Route 24, and again, we took these sections based upon suggestions and comments by the board. You're looking at, again, at least 2 or 3 football fields, right? One is. Chad, what's the distance on section B?
B is 400 and...
So section B is 430 feet, so a football field and a half. And you're looking through, again, a 70-foot no-cut zone plus additional vegetation at a rate of speed of about 50 to 55 miles an hour. And that's the speed limit. Section C is the same issue.
Yep, 300.
300, so one football field, and again, you're looking through a 75-foot no-cut zone, different height trees, different contours, going at a rate of speed of 55 miles an hour on Route 24. And then Section D, the issue there is that you have, not only do you have the different contours, but then you have its own physical obstruction of the dealership and the change in elevation, plus the distance of about 1,200 square feet. I'm sorry, 1,200 feet, so roughly another 4 football fields. So our conclusion is that, well, Chad, what is your conclusion with regards to the visibility at sections A through D?
Well, I think through 2 of the sections, Main Road and Fish Road, you're not going to see the building. I think the distance is too far, and the change in height and grade on Main Road, you're 70 feet down. On Fish Road, you're plus minus 30 feet down. And I think from Route 24, you'll get limited obstructed views in the winter months for however many seconds you're looking away from the road.
Are your calculations based on preliminary plan or master plan building heights?
Preliminary plan.
Preliminary plan, yeah.
Your master plan heights are different, right?
Yeah, right, but
Yeah.
we're not at master plan, we're at preliminary plan.
Yeah.
So pretend master plan doesn't exist. We're proposing preliminary plan, and the height is for the elevations at preliminary plan, which are more detailed plans. And if this was a new application, there would be no master plan. We would be entitled to start de novo. We would give you a whole new set of plans at preliminary plan, because that's what the statute provides us to do. No, but I haven't, but I have 2 things. I can change my master plan from my master plan can change from master plan to preliminary plan by state law, and I can give you a whole new set of plans at preliminary plan that are completely different from master plan. And what we've done here is neither. What we've done is we've made the master plan better based upon the planning board's comments. We've reduced the overall impervious space. We went from 10 buildings to 6 buildings, and we provided larger area for conservation, exceeding the requirement of the conservation ordinance. And in addition to that, we've increased the height of the building because of the requirements that we need referencing construction. We'll get into that now.
Yep.
If there's any other questions regarding site.
I don't think on site. Can I ask a quick question?
Just like the change in the increase in height, did that impact the ability to see the project from any of those?
No,
Sites.
that's a question. So a question for Chad is that whether you're 2,000 feet away, 1,200 feet away, 400 feet away, or 300 feet away, you're not going to see the difference between 50 feet and 60 feet.
Yeah.
So there's no significant material impact to this general surrounding area by the 10 feet. You're not going to be able to, and remember, the way the town of Tiverton measures the height, it's from the lowest point in grade to the highest point. So the highest point is going to be the peak, and then you have sliding roofs going down. So at that peak is where the maximum height is going to be. And the 6-foot person, 2,000 feet away, or at the closest point, 300 feet away, is not going to distinguish between 50 feet and 60 feet. Chad, can you follow up on that and make your professional opinion regarding that?
Yeah, I agree. So just to clarify or provide more feedback on the building height, as mentioned from these plans, as John was saying, they develop over time, right? Multifamily residential, architecture in general. You start with something, you layer on information. As you get more information, more understanding of the codes, and best practice, you start to layer on that information and provide more specifics. And so what I'll explain here are those specifics, right, to why we've grown a little bit. So really there's a couple reasons. I'll start with the first one, which John mentioned is...
Hold on, Mr. Atwater.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Mancini and Ms. Maurer just want the question answered.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, so let's back up. He probably wants to go home.
Yeah.
To answer Ms. Maurer's question, which is, can you distinguish between 60 feet and 50 feet? Or strike that. Is there a material difference between 50 feet and 60 feet based upon the site sections that you've established A through D?
Not in my opinion, no.
Okay, and can you elaborate?
Due to the distance of these buildings from a person with these obstructions, from our experience in looking at sites and buildings, we don't see that you're ever going to see that building.
And what about the distinguish? Will you be able? Will the general public be able to distinguish the difference between a building that's 50 feet in height and a building that's 60 feet in height, either 2,000 feet away or at the closest point 300 feet away?
No, I have a trained eye. I've been doing this for 25 years. I've been in a lot of construction sites. It's very difficult for even the most seasoned architects to figure that out or to see that difference in the site. We're not talking 20, 30, 40 feet here. You're going to feel that, right? We're talking 10 feet. And from those distances, your perception, I just don't see how you're going to be able to interpret that or see that difference.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
I just asked just to follow up on that one, because I think there's two issues there. One is obviously the difference in height and the perception of the height, but I think the other question, and at least from the 3 vantage points you showed it, is there a difference in terms of the visibility of the building, 50 feet versus 60 feet? Like at 50 feet, do you not see it, and at 60 feet, would it appear in your sight line?
If you could state that again, just so I understand.
So again, in some of these cases, you're saying you're not going to be able to see the building, right?
Right.
Does that change if it's at 50 feet or 60 feet? Or you're saying you're not going to see the building at 60 or 65 feet?
I think with the existing tree canopies in the summer, I don't think you're going to see that extra height.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yeah.
So just so we're clear, if I may follow up, just so we're clear. So you've taken 4 different vantage points, correct? Section A, B, C, and D, based on the distances.
Yes.
So, if this building is, if the tallest building on the campus is 60 feet, from Section A, can you still see it?
No.
If the building is 50 feet, does it change?
No.
From Section B, if the building's 50 feet, is it less visible than a 60-foot building?
Not substantially. You're not going to interpret that.
So if the building is 60 feet versus 50 feet, is it a substantial difference?
No.
Is it in the same for Section C and D?
Correct. In Section D, I would argue, again, due to your distance, there's no view available there of the buildings, whether it's 50 feet or 60 feet.
Okay. And now, can you explain for the board how the design of the building, the elevations of the building have evolved from master plan, from what was proposed at master plan and what is now proposed at preliminary plan?
Yes. So sorry, I jumped ahead, but there are essentially two things that are impacting that building height change. That's different from master plan. So as we've developed into the current state of drawings, the building height's measured from the average grade plane to the highest peak per Tiverton's requirements. It's a little different in the building code, but we're talking about Tiverton. So what we're showing here is the building heights are the same size, but we've gone back with the help of landscape and civil to calculate based on the average grade plane on this site. The way you calculate average grade plane is you take a series of points around each corner of the building and you average them out. And that gives you an average height or grade plane that you then measure from that point up to the highest peak. That varies on every job, every site. I guess if you have a complete flat site, that could be one thing, but we don't have that here, and that's pretty typical. So the process is you go around each building and you take the average grade plane, you calculate that based on the points around the building, and then you figure out what that is, and that's how you set your building height. So that's essentially what's happened here, or when we did that math. We've got the four-story building on the far right of the site, closest to the dealership, has a lower average grade plane due to the existing contours. And so what that does is it naturally increases our building height. If you go around the buildings, that's our worst case scenario. It's about 4 or 5 feet. If you go to the other buildings, it's about 2 feet of difference. So the buildings, while they're the same size, it's just the grade plane's moving, right, based on what civil engineering has laid out to make the site work. That's one consideration for building height. The second is making this building constructible. And in multifamily housing, the difference here, the master plan essentially showed 2x10 floor joists or 2x12 floor joists. And so they had a lower ceiling level. And then they had a 2x10 floor joist that was then stacked up, right, to get to the top floor. That works primarily in single-family housing and maybe some small townhouses. That's not how it's done in multifamily residential of this scale. The reasoning behind that, there's a few things. One, the market rate apartments and projects that are going on all over the United States all demand a certain level of sort of consistency, quality, and ceiling height's a big part of that. Typically, it's a 9-foot ceiling that you would see in these projects. So you start there, you have a 9-foot ceiling. The reason for some extra depth in the floor truss, we have 18-inch deep floor trusses versus a 2x12. And the reason behind that, and the reason why you're required to do that, is so you can fit all the ducts, the electrical, mechanical components, sprinkler lines, all that stuff has to run between the floors. You cannot fit all that stuff in a 2x12 floor joist. It will not work. And so what we've done as we've developed the plans is we've created what it will be. Those are the numbers. That's the final number. That's what we build all over the place, and that's what works. We know it works. And so that 18-inch deep floor truss, right, that adds some more depth. There's other components that also are part of that, such as soundproofing. There's building code things that are part of that that make that 18-inch depth important. And so as you add that up, that adds a couple extra feet to our building. And so that also contributed to building height. So to summarize, what we're showing here is a floor system that's per industry standard and is constructible, buildable, and provides the performance requirements for the building code and for the developing team. And then two, the average grade plane calculation also pushed that height up a little bit. So that's the difference. Those two things are why we're now a little bit taller than we previously were.
Yeah, it's tough to see on these slides, so.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a good summary here. So
We got other monitors. Can't go down the wall.
Or you might be able to zoom in on one.
Control plus.
Yeah. Control plus doesn't work? Oh, okay. Okay, I gotcha.
Well, if you can go through this slide, this really shows you the difference.
Here's a good example of the difference. So on the left, or the top, is the master plan numbers. As we stated before, we add more information. It becomes more real, right, as we move forward. So the current design, which is based on the industry standard, shows the differences where we grew in height. 8-foot-6 ceiling versus 9-foot typical. 18-inch floor trusses, that's a constructability, has to be that. That equates to a 10-foot-8.25 floor-to-floor height instead of a 9-foot-8 floor-to-floor height. The pitched roofs, right? Those are different pitches, 8-12, 10-12, right? That's the angle that we're pitching the roof to meet the vernacular and comply with what you typically see around Tiverton and in the Northeast and New England. That height where those roofs meet, that creates the highest peak point. And so you can see the difference there from the master plan of what they had, which was under 50 feet. And so ours has grown because we're measuring now from average grade plane to the peak of the roof. I know it's hard to see, but if you look on the image on the right, you can see the depth of the floor truss relative to the one on the left. I know it's small. But you can see how much space is required to fit all the components to make these projects, constructible.
What's the actual height? 49 and 9.5.
Yeah, so we have.
You'll have your opportunity to ask questions. Okay. Need some more, please.
So
I can't really see it.
So here you go. So the 3-story building. So Chad, can you just confirm the height on the 3-story building?
Yeah, I believe that's right, 49, 9.5 feet.
Yep.
That's what we have there. Yeah.
Yep, 49.
Yeah, from average grade plane to the peak of the roof.
And for the 4-story building, which will be the highest building on the site.
That's right.
Can you confirm the height?
Yeah, so that height, we're looking at 64 feet, 10.25 inches, plus minus. It's,
Yeah.
And that's the worst case. That's like the highest.
So we're clear. So our variance request that master plan was 50 feet in height, and we comply with that with regards to both the clubhouse building and the 3-story building. The extra height is for the 4-story building, which brings it to 64 feet and 11 inches. And that's at its, I guess, at its maximum. A chance it could be less, but that's essentially what it's going to be, 64 and 11 inches.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your opinion, the request for the height variance, is that a preference of the developer for aesthetic purposes, or is it a choice of the developer, or is it a requirement for the development for construction purposes?
It's a requirement. It's not an aesthetic decision. That's the way these projects are constructed. There's no way to do it with the shallower floor joist for this kind of a project.
And if the board were not to grant the variance, would that amount to more than a mere inconvenience for the developer?
It'd be a huge inconvenience. It's a major hardship. It's a total, I don't know how you would do it.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the construction would not be feasible for the amount of units being requested for the individual units if the height was not provided at what's been requested?
That's correct. It wouldn't be feasible, and it would require you to make amendments to it. So with everything, there's a trade-off. So you either go a little taller or you stretch out. But as we've spoken about earlier, there's been an effort to constrict the site, less disruption to the site, and so the extra height here is allowing us to make all these other concessions and to make it a viable project and constructible.
And in your opinion, having done the site grading and having reviewed the site distances and presented the elevations, does the proposed variance alter the general character of the surrounding area?
No, not in our opinion. We really work hard to design to the existing conditions. The scale is very important to us, the overall look that we fit in with the community. And from our perspective, this is well within the scale of a community like this that we've worked in on other jobs as well.
I'm sorry, that
that we've worked in.
And to that end, in your design, have you implemented the least relief necessary in order to achieve your goal of meeting the density request and the constructionability of these buildings?
Yes.
Feasibility of constructing these buildings?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions, so.
Clarify one of the numbers up there, please. The third bullet point, the proposed says 10 foot 8, and is that supposed to say 8 1/4?
Yeah, that should say 10, 8 1/4, yeah.
I have a number of questions.
Okay. If we could start with Chris with any questions and then move on to our engineers.
Sure, just a couple of questions. I mean, I'm following the logic on all of this, and obviously, I think one of them is the floor-to-ceiling height is a little bit different, so that, and I think that's more of a market decision. The joists in that area, that going from the 12 to 18, that's constructability clearly.
Yep.
The difference in grade is really essentially on the contour of the site, how much really of the foundation is showing if you're starting with sort of a flat floor plate. So it's really, in some cases, the building didn't get any taller, it's just showing more of that, right?
That's correct. The grade plane's lower relative to.
My main question, though, is there was a reduction in the impervious area of about 95,000 square feet. And that isn't because you're adding another floor and making the building have more floors. How did the height of a 4-story building going from 50 feet to 65 feet change the overall footprint of the building?
The height, well, you can stretch the buildings out, right? And so you can gain or reduce, I'm sorry, you can shrink the buildings and then reduce the amount of impervious area. And so we did two things. The previous master plan had 4-story buildings as well.
Right.
Right. So what we've done is remove some of those buildings by enlarging the 4-story, so it's got a little bit bigger footprint, but overall, you can see the reduction that we made. Height-wise, I'm not trying to answer your question, but it's not really changing the height of the building.
Right, and that's my question. So how did you reduce the impervious footprint, obviously? So that is not related to the height of the building? It's just related to the overall layout of the buildings themselves?
The higher you go, you can shrink your footprint.
Only if you're adding floors.
Right.
Right, so
Which will impact your height.
Okay, but I thought the point was that you had 4 stories at 50 feet, and now you have 4 stories at 65 feet, so still the same number of stories.
Right.
So I didn't know if the layout itself changed to be able to constrict that building on a smaller footprint. That was my question. Did something with the heights of the ceiling allow you a better layout? You understand where I'm going? I'm just trying to find out how the reduction in impervious.
If I can ask, I think the question is this: if you lowered the building to 50 or 40 feet,
right,
could you still do a 4-story building?
Oh, with an 8-foot ceiling?
Yeah.
You could. It's not as easy as that. There's market conditions. Would that even lease? I don't know. I'm not a developer.
So you couldn't do a 4-story building at 50 feet with 9-foot ceilings. Well, let me ask you this: could you do a 4-story building at 50 feet with 9-foot ceilings and still comply with your requirement of 18-inch floor trusses?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, so you'd have to go to a 3-story building.
You have to go lower.
Okay, and if you go to a 3-story building, would you expand the footprint of that building?
You'd have to.
Okay, and if you expand the footprint of that building, would you then create more impervious space?
Yes.
Okay, and if you create more impervious space, would you then be required to redo your stormwater drainage system?
It compounds all the way down to civil, landscaping, calculations, all that stuff.
So in the difference between the master plan and the proposed preliminary plan height, on the ceiling height, is it 4 inches? So we'll strike that. So is the applicant asking for 4 additional inches for a ceiling height on its new plans?
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. So it's in your opinion, it's middle. Yeah. And so in your opinion, is that substantial, minimal, extensive? Does it amount to more than a mere inconvenience if he's not granted that variance?
Say it again,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm sorry, it was a compounded, convoluted, bad question. If the applicant is essentially asking for 4 additional inches in ceiling height in the floors. It's 8 feet 6 inches ceiling height is the master plan. The proposed preliminary plan is 9. So we're looking at 6 inches. 6 inches. 6 inches.
Yeah, it's minimal. I mean, to a job. That's not the defining factor for this job.
Okay. So in your opinion, what's driving the height of these buildings?
The average grade plane calculation and your floor trusses and the depth required to put all the services that are required to go into that floor space.
And again, I think the question really has not to do with that. And I think the master plan, from master plan to preliminary, you reduce the number of buildings, correct?
From 10 to 6.
That's really the driver of the impervious reduction, not the height.
Not the height,
Okay,
right. right.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah,
because I was,
true.
wanted to make sure that that wasn't what was driving it.
Correct. So what created the impervious area reduction is the elimination of 4 buildings.
Right.
Okay. What's driving the height is 2 things. It was 3 things. One is the additional 6 inches for ceiling height, which we think is something that is important to the development's success. And then secondly, the necessity of the 18-inch floor trusses in order to provide for adequate conduit of water lines, sprinkler lines, HVAC systems, and then the grading. Am I correct, the measuring of the grading? Explain the grading. Why is the grading such an important part of this?
Well, it's changing, where you're measuring the building height from. It's moving that number depending on what the grades are doing. So if the grade is lower, naturally that building height dimension is going to get taller. The building's staying the same size, the structure, but you're measuring that point that's lower now than the building. And so however the lower that grade point is, the higher that number is going to be. And that's the number that makes people think about it, because you're not changing your building height, you're just changing the grade to it. So
And does that have any impact for someone who's viewing this from Sousa Road, Main Road, or Route 24?
Not at these heights.
Okay.
All set, thanks.
Do you have anything, Mr. Pearson?
I don't have any commentary relative to the buildings. What's been presented makes sense to me.
Okay. Susan, if I could ask you to comment on a couple things. I wasn't here for the master plan, but in the information that I was able to gather, the footprint had already been shrunk by the time or along with the proposal of the 50-foot heights. So I'm just trying to understand if an architect presented that and we haven't changed our measurement, I guess, formula since that April 2025 date, I'm trying to understand why we didn't know some of the information then or account for it. Because it was already going to be at 4 stories, it was already going to be a certain footprint. So I'm just trying to understand that a little bit better, if you could help me with that.
I don't want to answer for them, but I think the question might be, right, because you're saying that the increase in height is coming from both the bigger floor joists and also the higher ceiling height, and also impacted by the new way of measuring. And I think what the chairwoman is talking about is that, like, that way of measuring was in place during master plan. And so I guess I might have a question, like, if the buildings that were proposed in the master plan, like, if you hadn't changed the height, would the new calculation with the grading, change their height too? I feel like that, I'm not sure if I'm saying that.
No, I think I understand what you're saying.
Like, if you did the calculation before and after, they
Right.
changed their way they define height of the previous buildings, like, what would, how would that impact?
Well, before you answer,
Yeah.
let's break that down. So let's talk about and explain the change in measurement, when that changed and how that changed and what
Right.
that means.
Well, let me also clarify for the group. The master plan was by a previous architect. I can't comment on their design and what they've done, decisions they made of how they got to what they got to based on the information they had. I don't know. But the point is, yes, if that information was available, they could account for that. But I think, like anything with design, there's more than one way to do things, and you start with something and then you sort of develop it and add on that information. So I don't know where they were, how they are measuring their grade planes at that point. I don't know if the grading was fully worked out at that point. It may not have been.
Okay.
So I think there's some discrepancies there. But where we are now, in the information that we have now, we can go back and confidently say, look, okay, this is the average grade plane. We know how that's measured. This is how a floor is constructed. This is how it's going to be measured. This is the building height. Those are locked-in answers. That's just, we have that information.
So I just confirmed, so Molly from Dupree Engineering just confirmed for me, there's essentially 3 changes. At master plan, there was no grading plan. So the architect did not have the benefit of a grading plan at master plan. That's
So
very important.
they couldn't calculate it?
They couldn't calculate
with
that.
With New
Yeah.
Way? Okay.
And then there's 2 other things that they didn't account for or incorrectly accounted for. One is their ceiling height was too low at the 8 feet 6 inches. And secondly, they used a wrong floor joist.
Yep.
They did it at the 12 inch, or the 9 inches or 10 inches, 10 feet, as opposed to the 18. So those are the 3 major things, and that's a major distinction between master plan and preliminary plan.
How many 4-story buildings are in the preliminary plan?
2.
How many were in the master plan?
I think there were 3 or 4. 2. Oh, there was still 2, yeah.
Still 2, okay.
Yeah.
Is the roof pitch the same as it
No.
was at master plan? What's that difference?
I don't know what the previous architect had, but we have, just graphically looking at it, it looks pretty similar. We have variety of roof pitches, so 8, 12, 10, 12, 12, 12 in certain spots.
But I think this roof has a more steeper pitch based upon the request of the board to make these more New England style rural look. And so we added some additional pitches from the original elevations, and these are more, they have a more steeper point or drop. Yeah, so if you look at the comparison, they had a master plan, a pitched roof and a flat roof combination. This proposed as more of a pitched roof, so it's more of a defined pitch as opposed to master plan.
And the building itself, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is the building itself is the 60 feet, 11 inches. The reason you're showing 64 and some remainder 10 or something is the way that Tiverton says that you measure the height.
That's correct. The average grade plane is
And
accounting
that's-
for that extra.
And that's different than you say that the way that like the building code would have you measure.
So the International Building Code measures building height from average grade plane as well, but they measure it to the midpoint of the highest roof. So it's the average point of a highest roof. So when you have pitched roofs, they do that for a reason. It's to allow you to capture these kinds of structures.
Susan or Ashley, anything else?
4-story building.
Yes.
Ceiling heights are increasing by 6 inches each.
Right.
24 inches, 2 feet, right?
Yep.
Total for that 4-story building. Trusses are increasing from 10 inches to 18 inches.
Somewhere in there, yeah. 12, I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, 12 to 18, so another 2 feet.
4 feet over.
So 4 feet total for the structure itself, is that correct?
Yes.
So we're going from a 50-foot building, it would seem to me, to a 54-foot building. Am I missing something?
That's right. He said that, they're changing the roof line, going from something a
Right.
flat type roof to a
Right.
more pitched.
Well, it was a mixed pitch and flat.
Yeah.
Right.
We have pitched roofs.
A little bit too, if they're changing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Approval. I'm not getting.
I'm sorry, that'll also, change the height for the grader. Sorry, Todd. Yeah, the roof itself, the roof system itself, will make the building taller, based on what he says, the changes they make to the roof system.
Correct.
But I don't know what that difference is. I can't see that from here, and I just don't have those in front of me to know what the difference in height is between, preliminary and master plan.
A master plan, we had a 50-foot building. If we were to add on your 4 extra feet now, right? We'd have a 54-foot building. So how do we get to a almost 61-foot building? Forget the grade.
Well, that matters because they didn't include the grade, the average grade plan in that other building.
I'm just talking about the structure itself. Forget the grade. You had a 50-foot building at master plan.
I didn't design that, but okay, yeah.
Well, I'm telling you that's what the plans were and was approved.
Sure.
And you're adding another 4 feet to that structure itself, correct?
Right.
So how do we get to 60, almost 61 feet for the structure itself?
Well, our roof pitches are a lot taller. Like when you put that roof on there versus what they had, that's the rest of that difference in there. That's.
So the roof pitch is increasing another 7 feet.
It might be.
Well, you're
you
the
see
architect.
difference there. I haven't measured. I could go back and measure it, but I don't have the original. I can't speak to the original drawing.
Do you want it? I can give it to you.
But it's right there, we did the comparison of the roof pitches.
Yeah,
Can you read that, though? I just can't. Can you tell us what the original building height from top of foundation?
Yeah, they have.
To top of the main ridge?
Yes, they have 50 feet from the top.
From what, top of foundation, top of the ridge, 50 feet?
Correct. Top of the ridge, they have
Okay.
50 feet.
But building, the math is on the right side of that screen.
I know, I apologize, I just can't see it.
No, I know.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
But it's measured to the pitch of that roof, which is modeled.
And what does that say?
And that's accurate.
If anybody else can see that, what does that say from top of foundation to top of the ridge?
60 feet, 11 inches.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand for the board how we're going from a 50-foot building to just a structure, forget the grade, a 50-foot structure to now a 60 feet, 11-inch structure. And you're telling us it's based on an extra 6 inches per floor for ceiling height and an extra 6 inches per floor for trusses, which totals 4 feet. So where's the remainder coming from?
Yeah, I have to give a side-by-side comparison of the drawing to prove it. No, I have to draw it out and show you that way, because the math is, or the buildings are, it's 10, 8 1/4 floor to floor. That's what that equates to. I can't change that unless I change the roof pitches.
So do you have a measurement from the top of the floor joist or at the, before you go into the peak? So that attic floor joist, from there to the top of the peak?
Yeah, I don't have that on hand.
But I mean, that seems to be where, so you got 4 feet of increase from the bottom to that point, and then it looks like another maybe 6 feet in the actual peak of the roof.
Yeah, 6, 7 feet around.
Something in that range.
Yeah.
And that's what it does tend to look like that in the picture. That one illustration looks like a much steeper pitch up to the peak, so.
Are there any questions that are open? I just want to keep it moving.
So we could do the building at 54 feet plus
I'm not
pitch for roof.
in saying that we could make that work with the pitched roofs.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to skip right now myself, and I'll come back to it. I'd like to have Alan next.
Maybe I can clarify, if your memory is good. Last September, we were talking 50 feet, and we were talking about a variance. I didn't understand where the variance come from. I was new to the planning board, and I was explained that it was prior. So I asked about the blueprint, and why am I looking at a blueprint that was 60 feet, 11 inches, when we were continually talking 50 feet during the meeting? And I asked you, this is 60 feet, 11 inches. And I said, what's the change? And if you remember, it's recorded, you said it was purely financial. We can't sell the units at that size. We have to do something. You mentioned something, maybe it was raise their ceilings, make them more attractive. You said it was purely financial. Fine, I'm not a communist, so that's probably fine with me.
Yeah, but we're not selling units. So.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
But we're at 60 foot, 11 inches. I'm not talking about sight lines. Anybody can put a tree up and hide a building, it's fine. But this is an R40. I know the comprehensive plan gives you wide berth here, but now you're up to 50, and now you're coming back for 60 feet. And so my biggest concern is not sightline, it is not anything. It has to do with everything we do and every variance we give sets a precedent for future, well, it does.
It does.
Well, it seems it does, because we've had a number of things we've tried to do here and we couldn't because of precedent. And we have a number of units just like yours coming down the path. I'm just imagining what they're going to come up. We want 70, we want 80. This is a big change. In my opinion, that's an R40 area. That's a 35-foot ceiling area. So even if you hide the building or do whatever, it's still a 60-foot building around a bunch of 35-foot tall buildings. And I'm afraid the precedent was set in here, that's all.
Yeah, so legally, and there's, a multitude of legal precedent, each zoning board case, so when you're sitting here and you're determining a dimensional variance, you're sitting as the zoning board, and the state statute's delegated to you, the planning board, the powers that a zoning board would have. And so the applicable statute is 45-24-41, which provides the provisions in granting a variance, and a dimensional variance. And you know that, in doing that, in a dimensional variance, all I have to show is that if the variance is not granted, that the dimensional variance is not granted amounts to more than a mere inconvenience, meaning that the relief sought is minimal to reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use to which the property is proposed to be devoted. Here it's residential use, it's by the comprehensive permit statute, and as a zoning board, one zoning case does not create a precedent for another zoning board case. I wish it did. It's not a legal case. Now, you can disagree with me, that's fine. I'm just I'm making the court aware of what the legal obligation is. Under 45-24-41, I can ask for the variance in conjunction with 45-53-4, and the variance is connected to the density bonus, which is being provided. So the application is submitted pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 45-53-4. We're providing 25% LMI units set aside in perpetuity, extending long-term affordable objectives on a lease term basis, not for sale. The project qualifies for mandatory density bonus under that statute. And the building height is not anticipated to create adverse impacts. In fact, the testimony is that you wouldn't be able to see this building height from 4 distinct vantage points. All 4 vantage points were selected by the board.
These would be the same arguments by the next attorney.
No, that's fine. I don't care what the next attorney is going to do. I'm interested in what. Well, you can't.
Yeah.
You've got to take this project. You have to apply the law to the facts of this project, the testimony provided in this project, and you have to balance those elements and criteria. So this project stands alone. And here the projects met the threshold requirements for water and sewer capacity, which are important. It's one of the findings of fact that needs to be made. And the project has met the elements necessary for a dimensional variance, because the testimony is what we're asking is the least relief necessary.
Isn't this a second variance on the height that you're asking for?
No, because the master plan is a conceptual plan. And under 4553-4, master plan is not even a required stage of review. In fact, 4453-4, subsection 1-2 says optional master plan. An applicant may elect to apply for and be heard on master plan review prior to preliminary plan submission. If master plan review is elected by the applicant, the following shall apply. We elected to proceed with the master plan. We were actually, the board and the applicant were ahead of the law, because at the time that we initially filed this, 2-3 years ago, the then statute, which was ultimately changed, did not even call for a master plan. It was not even permitted or required. But we said, we want master plan. We think it's helpful. So now, with master plan, we're vested as far as the applicable state statutes, city ordinances. But the approval for master plan is not an approval for the plan itself. It's just a conceptual approval. We then go to preliminary plan. So I could submit this brand new to you as a preliminary plan without ever even having master plan, and which is essentially what we've done. We've presented to you a revised preliminary plan. One that
If it's your right, you're right. If it's your right, it's your right.
But
we still stand as a board, and you're coming before for a variance. Right?
I agree.
Okay.
But the point being made here is, what was proposed at master plan was a conceptual plan. What's being requested now is the preliminary plan. The preliminary plan, under a comprehensive permit, is more conceptual than it is engineered. Under the old ordinances, if we came here as a major land development project, our preliminary plan has to be fully engineered. Under the comprehensive permit statute, our preliminary plan does not have to be fully enginered. Here, we have a fully engineered plan.
Right.
And because we've gone through the master plan process.
You just said this, yeah.
So, and I apologize if I'm being repetitive, but I think I need to create a record here.
Sure.
Okay, and so my preliminary plan at this point is fully engineered. I have a DEM permit, I have a pending Rhode Island Department of Environment, pending Rhode Island Department of Transportation permit, and I have grading plans that I did not have at master plan. I have plans that determine water and sewer availability and location, and better engineered. And from that, I can now develop a better, clearer, more detailed construction plan. And that's what we've done. And so in order for this project to work at the density proposed, to provide the 25% LMI unit, we believe the least relief necessary is to provide for the height that we've requested. And the variance that we're seeking is the variance that's being proposed based on these plans that are a compilation of the information that we've now have been able to compile over the course of the last several years. And if your concern is that the granting of the variance would create a precedent that the town wishes not to create, I can tell you that that is not the legal standard, and that is not the basis for which you either deny or grant a variance. Rather, what I believe the basis is as it's defined in 452441, and that is to determine whether or not the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is a hardship that has not been created by the applicant. We didn't create the hardship here. And importantly, that the granting of the variance would not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan. By providing the site distances, we've shown, and the evidence has been concluded, that there is no impact to the surrounding area. You can't see these buildings, whether they're at 50 feet or 60 feet. And we've also determined that the architect found that his variance is the least relief necessary. So I think there's more than ample grounds for the variance to be determined. And when you look at the overall picture, if you're going to deny the project based upon the height variance, it's essentially a tail wagging the dog, especially when we've met all of the other criteria along the way.
Thank you.
Appreciate all of that. You also receive benefits by having master plan approval, by having vesting, correct? Yeah. And the struggle, and I'm going to speak for the board, that it is having is that you demonstrated at master plan you could do this at 50 feet. Now, accepting that you need an extra 6 feet per floor for ceiling height, and you need an extra 6 feet per floor for the trusses, that's still only equaling 4 more feet, and they need an explanation as to where the other 7 feet come from, putting aside the grading issue, okay? And that's what they're looking to have answered. So can you answer that?
My understanding of it is it's from the extra roof height. Just round the numbers, 10 foot floor to floor for the, I know there were 9, whatever it is, just say it's 10. On their drawing, you go 10, 20, 30, 40 feet, they assumed another 10 foot of roof truss, slope, whatever, however they were doing it. They assumed that you would only have to go up another 10 feet to build that roof out. That's just not the case. And in ours, we're above that because that's where the roof pitch is set based on the width of the building and the different pitches that we have. So that extra height, it's in those roof trusses where they've chopped their building, it appears, at 50 feet, and ours does not. It continues the roof projections and the roof pitches at various heights. And so that creates the extra.
So the master plan roof pitches, is there something wrong with them construction-wise?
I don't know. I can't speak to their plan, but it looks like they have a flat roof. I don't have the full, you can't really tell from their drawings. But if they've got a 50-foot dimension there, they essentially are saying they can only have 10 foot of vertical height to make whatever pitch that they're showing work. And I don't know. I don't know their drawings. I do have our drawings, which I can calculate that number, and we've done that, and that's where I'm getting that 60 foot 11. There's the difference in height there. It's part of that roof.
Is that where they were planning on putting their utilities? Air conditioner,
I
some of that stuff?
don't know.
Are you all set on?
But just to confirm for the board, so just walk through the height. So you're at 60 feet, 11 inches for the structure of the building. Is that correct?
That's going to the high point of the roof.
Okay, 60 feet, 11 inches.
Yeah.
Okay, and that incorporates the additional height for the ceilings and the trusses.
That's right.
So, and they're at 50 feet, so we're at 10 feet over.
Right.
So if you do as the solicitor says, and you do the basic math, and you add the 6 inches per the 2 floors, so you're at 54 or 58. 58?
54 when you add the extra ceiling height and the trusses.
Okay. So we're at another 6 feet for the accounting for the pitch of the roof. That makes sense.
7 feet, but
7 feet. Yeah, because when you look at their drawing, do we have that slide?
You should, yeah.
Yeah, okay, there it is, right there. So when you look at that master plan, you see how the peak comes to a flat point.
It's almost a mansard roof.
It's a mansard roof, yeah. And then when you look at the other, you can see the drastic pitch at the preliminary plan. That's the one to the right.
So without going to like a 3 or 4, 12,
yeah,
you're going to go to a full peak rather than sort of
Right.
a hip-on deck or anything like that.
Yeah.
It becomes higher.
Yeah, and that is probably, and that's, Chad, is that for utilities, or is it just aesthetic purposes? Is it for snow? What's the benefit of the increased height or the increased pitch?
Well, for this climate, I mean, typically, there's a reason why we have pitched roofs. I think everyone knows. It's the snow loads. You can do flat roofs, sure. It doesn't align with the vernacular and the design sort of guidelines that Tiverton's seeking. Can you do a flat roof all around this building? Sure. Right? And that's going to have a lower roof. But that is, again, everything's give and take. That's going to change. Then you can no longer have the look of Tiverton, which is that. Why would you give that up? That doesn't seem to make sense.
Can you just take a look at those drawings in front of you? Just tell us, just from the first floor level to the underside of the roof,
yeah,
what is the difference between the two? So forget about the roof pitches, forget about everything, just what is the difference between the two buildings?
Yeah, so if we're at grade, just say it's 0,
Yep.
0, 0. Our roof bearing is at 41 feet, 2 1/4 inches.
Okay, what was the previous one?
They don't show it, but they had 9'8" times 4, so whatever that is. 38.8.
Did you add covered balconies? Is that what that is? Are those balconies with the roof over it?
No.
So, I mean, going by the scale, the peak of that roof on the right, which I'm guessing is the new building, the new drawing, is the one on the right?
Right, yeah, correct.
I mean, that should be off the top of the page, if it's scaled correctly, and it's only, it looks like it's in here, foot and a half, 2.5 feet taller than the old one. Right, I mean, that's dropped the scale, so that should look different. Unless that's not dropped the scale, and I think it is, I think I can see a scale.
I don't know if what there's, what are we showing here?
Floors line up?
8.
Everything lines up,
Yeah, it's
all the
approximate.
bridge lines up all that, and then the roof basically lines up, but for whatever reason, we have a building that's 11 foot tall, but those two buildings have a height, difference.
But I think one of the things, if you look at the building on the left, and again, I'm just looking at this small section of it, you look at the roof slope. If you actually continue that roof slope up to where it would really terminate, that would account for a lot of that difference, because right now it's going up and then it just becomes flat.
Right.
So I think that's the difference from a design perspective of these two is the one's actually a true peaked roof, the other is a slope with a flat deck.
If you had this set of plans in front of you, and you took a ruler and you set it on top of that flat roof, that mansard roof, and you just brought it over to the new roof, they're both scaled the same, for argument's sake, everything's scaled the same. You don't have a lot.
But they're not.
They're not sitting on the same.
They look, all right, well, that's what I mean, it looks like they're sitting on the same, it just looks like the foundation height is the same from here, but
The
the roof
foundation
height.
height is, but I think it's like yeah, they each have like a little bit more.
It's a slight variation, does it look like a 10-foot difference? Right, I mean, it's a scaled set of plans, you should be able to see that 10-foot difference. And I mean, it looks like.
I'm not sure they're a scaled set of plans. I think they're grabbed from that, sort of a screenshot and pulled in, I think.
Yeah,
But
that's correct.
that would have been helpful, but that's not the way it's presented here.
Alan, did you have another question?
I was just asking if there's something can be done with the pitch to make it fit what you're talking about?
I do think that's something we could go back and look at and try to reduce that and see if, I don't think it's going to gain significant, we're not talking feet.
Right. I'm not being difficult. I'm
No,
saying
no,
that,
I see the
imagine if
question.
you saw a building in the town and it looked really good with a really tight pitch, and now you have to make it 70 feet to make it look like that thing, and all of a sudden now we're talking about a 70-foot building, just because a change of your design, now it's a variance forced upon us. That's how I figured it.
Yeah, I don't think we would get significant depth or height reduction, but is it worth something? Sure. I would have to run the layout and figure that out. The other thing that's also kind of setting that peak, I don't know the master plan completely, but that, I'm guessing their footprint was a little different, right? And so if we're a little wider, if we're a little narrower, that pitch is going to...
You did mention earlier that the roof had to do with market value, and so it was market forces that was driving that with the height of the roof. So it's basically market value, and things, maybe some things have changed. Maybe by the time you start building, market values will change again, and you'll have to do something different. That's all I'm saying. It's just a sticker shock, 61 feet. That's all.
Well, it's not an issue of market value. It's an issue of marketability. A 9-foot, what Chad, the architect, is saying here is that a 9-foot ceiling has more aesthetic value in rents and marketability than an 8-foot, 6-inch ceiling. So the extra 6 inches makes for a better living space. And that's going to be consistent throughout the building. So we're not doing LMI units at 8 feet and non-LMI units at 9 feet. They're all going to be seamless and integrated throughout the building at 9 feet, and we think that is a better play. But that adds you another 2 feet based upon the math. And then the important issue is the increase in the floor trusses. That's a major issue. That's a construction issue.
One other question on the roof pitch, snow loads and truss design. Is there for this type of construction, sort of a minimum pitch that you would recommend, or that the code would recommend? So you get down to 3 or 4, 12, obviously have much more weight in terms of snow load.
Yeah.
What would that minimum pitch be? Do you know?
Generally, you can go down to about a 3 and 12.
Okay.
With a shingle roof, we would not want to do that. You can, but you're also putting an extra ice and water shield underneath it, and
Yeah, but that's less structure in snow load than it is the weather tight as far as the type of shingle or the type of material. So you don't get ice damming and water creeping up. Yeah.
And if you change to a metal roof, you can do it certainly.
No, my question was, with the snow loads in this area, based on design, do you know what that minimum pitch really is, or does it?
I'd have to go back and look at probably the structural engineer would confirm that. But you might be able to do a 3 and 12. I can't say that without looking it up.
I'm just going to finish up here. Rosemary, do you have any questions?
I'm too tired.
Okay. Janice?
This goes back to the sidewalk. Like it.
Have you considered wooden walkways because of the water issue?
We haven't considered it, but we can look at it as far as different materials to use for that walkway, that pathway, other than the compact surface. Yeah, we can look at that.
Thank you. Adam?
Yes, just two quick things. I believe that we all saw the architectural renderings of the facade that you showed us, and the building materials, which I agree fits into the coastal New England architectural ambience very nicely. But here's a legal question that I'll ask Mr. Romano. Can we lock that into the final plan so that when we approve a final plan, and by the way, I think that approval should be done by the whole board, not administratively, that when we approve a final plan with architectural renderings and building materials specified, can we insist on that? Is it legal for us to say, this is what you're going to build? If you can't build this, you don't build anything. Do you see what I'm talking about? I'm talking about architectural style of the facades and the building materials that we reviewed earlier some months ago. And if they're part of, depicted in the final plan that we approve, can the developer build something else that does not, perhaps is not as high quality design standards, because, for example, rental market conditions have changed?
Your approval would be of the plans submitted for this application. If they changed from that, a material change from that, they would have to request that change from the board.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And so we will want to make sure that all of that is included in the final plan. The other issue I wanted to raise is as-builts. These are measurements of a brand-new building that has just been constructed to make sure that its dimensions are consistent with the final plan dimensions. And I believe that as-builts are required in our subdivision regulations, but I may be wrong about that. If they're not,
as-built plans are required with final plan or after final plan approval?
I think certificate of occupancy, right?
Right.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the as-built, I think, are required as part of certificate of occupancy.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that because...
We did submit the rendering of the building and the material, so this is the building. Mm-hmm. And you can see where we're getting caught up in the height. It's the peaks. It's these massive roof pitches. That's where we're going at. So I think that's what's throwing our building off here.
That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. May I ask? Yes.
I'm sorry, may I ask a question? I have been watching too much television lately, and there's been a lot of fires. Has our fire department realized that this is this high? Do we have anything?
Yeah,
I think Chris reviews that in detail with them, but
I know we've had some technical review.
It's within the limits of their equipment.
Yeah, we had that discussion with them at the latest TRC, and the fire marshal, the fire lieutenant at TRC said he had the apparatus and the ladder capacity to reach these buildings.
Captain, not lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Was it captain or lieutenant?
There's been so much mutual aid that I just wanted to make sure it was covered.
thank you. Do you have anyone from the public have any comments?
This one right now?
Yes.
Okay. It says up there, Tiverton. My name's Robert Chaves, Captain Circle in Tiverton.
Just spell your last name.
Chaves. I see that sign up there that says Tiverton. Founded in Massachusetts in 1694, founded in Rhode Island in 1746. I think one day, the way things are going, there'll be a new slogan up there, destroyed in 2026. Now, has the town of Tiverton joined with these other communities to fight the State House? Because the state is currently taking sovereignty away from communities and from citizens, and I hope that this town has joined that fight, because it's pretty sorrowful what they're doing. And I understand making money, but to run a community, gentlemen, I think your plan would be good on Mars maybe, or the moon. But to destroy this great town so you guys can put some dollars in your pockets, please go somewhere else. That's all I gotta say.
Anyone else want comments?
Go ahead. Okay. Hi, Robert Jobin, Stafford Road. I already commented earlier. I know you met with the fire marshal, spoke with him, and hopefully the authority having jurisdiction, the chief of the department. I wholly disagree with their evaluation of this. They have one ladder truck manned intermittently. If there are any issues at this particular building, they cannot get ground ladders to the top of the roof, 65 feet. 35 feet ground ladders are the maximum, which they probably have. I don't know what the heights are as far as the windows are. Every window in a building is considered a door to the fire department to get in and to get out. The roof itself, they have to access that roof. I think Tiverton has one truck, 100-foot aerial, okay? 65 feet seems like it's reasonable to get a 100-foot aerial out there, but it's not, because you can't park right along that side of the building. You've got to be a ways from it, and if there are parking issues, if there are parking areas, those trucks can't get in. And one ladder truck, you can't run a job, I don't want to get into firefighting dissertation, with one ladder truck. They have one person to go up on the roof to cut that roof. I dare anybody in this particular room to stand up on a 12-pitch roof. It's absolutely impossible. Maybe an 8-pitch roof you might be able to do. They cannot stand on a 12-pitch roof. Any work they have to do is going to be done either off the aerial or get additional manpower to get a roof ladder up there. And a roof ladder hooks over the top of the roof. Generally, I know in my city, when I was there, 2 or 3 ladder trucks were showing up to buildings this size on initial alarm. In Tiverton, initial alarm, okay? In Tiverton, unfortunately, we're putting city-sized buildings into Tiverton in a small department. It doesn't work. Either you increase the size of the department and increase their manpower, or I have very severe reservations about life safety hazards in these buildings, and I hope the board takes that under advisement. Thank you.
Attorney Mancini, any final comments? Oh.
No, I was
I'm
just...
sorry, I didn't see. Susan, are you coming up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Susan Anderson. Do these have basements?
They do not.
So it's on slab?
That's correct.
So there's no blasting?
No.
Good, because that's all ledge, and we will feel it.
A.G. Miranda, Captain Circle again. Two comments. Number one is, it's really the state that's at fault here, because they want to put 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag or an 8-pound bag, and now it's sticking to the bag. And the part that's sticking to the bag is forcing you to get a height variance. So to compensate for that, you put less in the bag. So if you don't meet the height variance, you put 1 floor less. Solves the problem. Because I don't think the town has to worry about any low-income people coming in and complaining about their ceiling height. Thank you.
Susan Baylog, B-A-Y-L-O-G, 29 Elk Drive. This is more a question to the planning board. Now, I know low and moderate income people are going to be moving into here. It's 25% or whatever. My question to you, how do they count that towards our percentage? Is it half? Because they're rental units? No. It's counted as whole. I mean, because I knew like mobile homes, which are on rented land, are only counted as a half. Thank you for that answer, because that's what I wanted to know.
Attorney Mancini, any final comments?
Yeah, just on the building. So again, the fire department has reviewed these plans. They'll review them again with regards to fire apparatus. And note also, these buildings are going to be sprinklers, so there'll be a fire suppression system that's in the building that will aid it, also with set aside fire lanes. So whatever the fire department is looking for, we'll accommodate, and we're obligated to do that. And that'll be part of the construction plan review as well, in addition to what we've already been, the review that has already been taken into account. So.
Excuse me.
You just said that it's going to be fire
suppression. Well, they'll be using the water from the tanks. Okay, is that being compensated into the calculations?
Of the height?
No, this fire suppression system.
Yeah. So the whole point of the tank is for fire sprinklers, fire suppression. Yeah. So listen. This entire project is just one big puzzle, and every piece fits into that puzzle. That's how it's being designed, and it starts with the density. So it starts with 256 units. So I think part of the comments of the public is accurate. Look, I mean, we're entitled to a density bonus by way of the comprehensive permit. So we start with that density, and then all the pieces start to fill into that puzzle. And part of it is height. Part of it is the tanks. It's all part of the component, and it's part of our job is to design it. So again, we've more than shown what we need to do here, and I think that we'll wrap it up on June 16th and be prepared to close it out.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
I think, in fairness to everyone, and to Mr. Mancini, are there any outstanding issues that you can think of at this moment that you want to have addressed?
If I may say so, I think that there are a lot of loose ends. And I think, for example, the architect has been challenged to actually do the math to show in feet, in inches, how we went from 50 feet to 61 feet. That's just one small example of a number of issues that have come up this very night that are kind of open at this point and require to be addressed in more specificity. And I don't want to walk into our next meeting and be told that I'm expected to make a decision on this project when I haven't even been able to review the responses. For example, the sidewalks keep coming up, and the applicant has promised to look into that more and give it more consideration. I would like to see something on paper 5 or 6 days before our next meeting that I can review, so that I'm prepared to make a decision if I'm going to be asked to make a decision in June on the preliminary plan. The preliminary plan is the big one, because that's where all the technicalities are. That's where all the engineering is. The final plan is much less. That's just dotting the i's and crossing the t's. So, you know, I walked in tonight to this meeting, and there was a whole bunch of stuff in my place here, stuff that I had never seen before. Was I expected to read it and not listen to the applicant? No, I listened to the applicant. I have no idea what was in that pile. I won't find out until tomorrow. So if the staff and the applicant think that we're going to wrap this up next month in a nice little package, the staff and the applicant has got a lot more work to do. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
And if that doesn't happen, there'll be a train wreck.
Okay. Yeah, so from the applicant's perspective, we're done. We expect a decision in June. That's our clock. We've submitted more than adequate information on every issue for the preliminary stage. This preliminary stage and comprehensive permit process is not the final stage. There's still final stage, and we still have up until the issuance of the building permit to submit additional information, such as the state permits. So it's a different process than what would be under a major land development project. You know, with regards to additional numbers and clarification, we have no problem submitting that, and we'll submit it a week before the next meeting, just like we did this meeting. We've complied with all of the requests that the planning board has made and the staff has made. We'll continue to do that. But at this point, we think all of the major necessary points have been addressed, satisfactory, meeting the required findings under the statute. And we'll proceed to request for a decision, regardless of what that decision is, and we'll take it from there.
Does that timing work for you, for the planning office, to receive the information and get it out to the board to answer any lingering questions?
Yeah, as long as we get it in a timely manner. So.
Yeah, we'll give it to you. We've been doing it a week before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for this meeting, we provided information a week ago, and we had some additional information, but it was just following up from some other questions. But the bulk of the information was provided a week before, and we'll continue to do that. And we'll continue to feed information as necessary, but we think we're there. So regardless of what the decision is, I mean, it is what it is. We'll, you know.
Okay.
I would just ask the board members, if you have something specific you want or feel as that has not been addressed yet, that you send either me or Mr. Spencer an email so we can figure out whether it's been addressed, and if it has not, then have it addressed by the applicant in a timely fashion for you. We can go back and listen to this meeting all night long. It doesn't mean we're going to be able to identify everything that you think is outstanding. So I'm just asking for your cooperation in that. And I think that's a fair request, so we can have it answered and we don't have your train wreck.
I think if we can get the questions to Chris in plenty of time, so that if he needs to go to the applicant or anyone else to clarify any issues, he has time to do that. I know we've been asked for copies of the slides, just because it was tough to see on here. If you don't mind having that for anyone that requests it.
Yeah, we'll provide it electronically.
I have, well, it's fresh in my mind. I don't know if I'm at this point. Could we get somebody from Stonebridge here for our next meeting to answer the questions that a lot of people in the audience had tonight?
Chris will ask
I think
them.
these are really, the questions, the technical issues are really going to be coming from PAR. I think PAR knows the hydraulic modeling,
Okay, yeah.
so I think PAR is really the one that has run the hydraulic modeling and will be able to answer any of the technical questions on that.
I understand that, Chris, but, it seemed like these people really want to hear from the water department themselves, to find out, maybe get some big questions answered as to what's wrong with their water pressure, how this is going to hurt them, how it's going to benefit them. I mean, no offense, but PAR is here for the town's benefit, not so much to answer the questions.
That's both, but we'll reach out.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
The only other thing you need to do is continue this matter to June 16th.
I request that we continue the matter to June 16th. Do we take a vote on that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Could I have a motion on that, please, to continue it?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Stenographer.
10:47 and still going. I'm going to go through the rest of the items as quickly as we can and postpone anything that we can.
May I say something on not for the stenographer, but I want to apologize to Sumara because I just got her memo in the pile that Stu was referring to, and to Mr. Mancini because I didn't get the slides. So I think we should get them.
Can I just keep going?
Yeah, and please have the minutes reflect that Mr. Hardy is left.
It's kind of like when you're standing in the rain, you just keep going.
What the hell is this? I get 2 copies of this.
Okay, next item we're going to go through real quick. Item 5A, update on URI groundwater study. I just heard from Ed that we're going to be able to continue that to June 2nd.
No.
Oh,
I said,
I thought that's what you just said.
I said URI, I'm sorry, I guess I misunderstood. I said URI vote to recommend if the water study should continue. Recommend. So there's a...
So Ed, I'll leave this
Yeah.
to you.
So in your packets that I left in front of you, the URI groundwater...
Please, we're still in a meeting.
URI groundwater report or presentation has been provided by URI. We had them redact all the... Correct, that's it.
It's this one. It's in
We
the
had them
packet.
redact all the residence addresses that were in there, so now they're just labeled by street, and they're little markers on a map. This information was provided to us yesterday. We have a unredacted report, so if any participants for the URI water study want to know their results for their property, they can email me, and I'll be happy to give them the results. So this is the testing that was done in October. This is what we've received. That's 1 round of testing. We technically would have 3 more rounds to go. The contract ran out in April. They want to know cost extension. So we're asking the planning board to make a recommendation to town council, who would ultimately vote on whether or not the study continues.
And it's a no-cost extension.
It's a no-cost extension.
What are you recommending?
I have some serious concerns about the way the study's being conducted, mainly with, a lot of it has to do with just quality control in terms of the way that the samples are being collected. There's, and just a lack of control overall. So the samples are being collected. They're not always being collected from the same particular fixtures. So certain fixtures may have some contaminants in it. And we're not exactly sure on the whole way these are being transported, stored, or anything like that. Those issues, it's not the same team. They're not, I don't think they're all following the same protocols in terms of the collection. So I think there's, and again, I think when you look at it, even in terms of the small sampling, I don't know whether you're going to get the results that are going to tell the story in terms of, is there point source pollution nearby? Are you going to be able to connect those dots? And I do agree with the idea of redacting the parcel boundaries and addresses, but in the end, I don't know that it's going to take 3 more seasons of testing And it's already taken how many months just to get through the first round?
October to April.
So I think, I don't know, just have some concerns. I don't know, we'd have to talk to them and try to figure out exactly what that final deliverable would be, and what that timeline would look like before I would make a positive recommendation to the council.
Okay. So what are you recommending that we do at this point?
At this point, I don't think we have enough information to pass it to the council.
Okay. Ed, what does that do to the timing of the project?
It just puts it off a little bit longer. What it does is it gets into another sampling season, so now we're going to be putting off a spring sampling, puts us into summer. That eliminates spring from the sampling, so now it puts us in a tough spot, because then you go to fall, which we already did, and we didn't do a winter, so then we'd have to skip fall and then do a winter and a spring sampling again. So it's going to be timely, ultimately.
If you decide to have a positive recommendation, is it possible to request additional support from URI so that it would be easier for your office?
Well, I think there was quite a burden on the office last time. So again, that wasn't part of the original thought process in terms of how that share of information would be. So I think, again, I would like to know exactly what they're doing, how they're going to collect it, when that would be done, and what would they be asking from the town.
Okay.
So
at this point, we'll wait for your recommendation?
yeah, I think that would be appropriate. Again, I think that even if you made a positive recommendation right now, by the time it got to the council, they're going to miss the spring anyway, by the time they mobilize and actually do that, so.
I think things will be better once you're settled in your new offices and you maybe have a chance to talk to
Well, I'll probably
people.
collect the samples myself.
Yeah.
So, but no, again, I wasn't here for the first round, but I think it's, and I don't know that everybody that participated in the first round wants to continue participating either, so.
Okay.
Just not sure what the benefit is going to be in the long run, based on the sample size.
Chris, will you add it to our agenda when you're ready
Sure.
to have the discussion? Okay.
Can I just,
Hold on, Ms. Van Hoof. If you're worried about continued participation, then we need to contact the current participants so you have that data. Okay. And are you going to follow up with, no disrespect to our Sony,
about
your concerns?
Yes.
Okay. So we can have this on the June
And
agenda?
again, some of these came to light in our last conversation with her when she was talking about the way the samples were collected, and that sometimes there's contaminants in the filter of the faucet, and they're not always collecting it from the same fixture, so.
And she suggested doing another training with the participants.
Yeah, I think we
To avoid those.
want to see the protocols in terms of how they're collecting and handling the samples.
Mrs. Van Hoff.
Sandra Van Hoff, 254 Fairwood Drive. As far as how the samples were collected, she went through extensive, at least the meeting I went to, and not everybody who participated was at that meeting, so I don't know what they got taught. She went through very specific way to collect. Wipe the faucet down, use the same faucet. I mean, we had it all. So I don't know how, but there were only a handful of us at that meeting. I don't know where everybody else was, but that's beside the fact. This has been a disaster from day one. And yes, we want the quality testing done, which is what the October the only testing they've done. The bigger picture is the quantity testing. There was 2 parts to this study. The quantity test was supposed to be done 4 times a year, just like the quality. That has not even started. So they've only done one quality, and we turned in 2 bottles. We only got 1 report on 1 bottle. I don't know where the report is on the second bottle, and no quantity testing has been done. So
Ms. Manhoff, the report is the presentation that I'm passing out. They're available here if you want to grab one, and I also have your results. If you want to email me, I'll send your specific results.
right, we got 1 on the small bottle. You have the larger bottle results also?
The pathogen testing, I sent out an email to everybody around November saying that there was only 1 positive test and that person was
Correct.
notified.
But
So that's 2. The second is the one that you have tonight, and you can email.
Oh, so this is
Yes,
the
correct.
second?
Correct.
The second notification of the first testing?
Yes.
Right. And all of this, when you asked when, how long, this should have all been done at the end of April. It was a year testing. 4 testings should have taken place by the end of April, and we didn't even do the first testing until October. So this has been mishandled at a very pricey cost for the town. That's all. I mean, I'm hoping all of you have gotten multiple emails. I've emailed the town council, the town administrator, who I'm waiting to meet with, hopefully this week, on this whole water study.
Thank you, Mrs. Van Hoff. Next item B.
I'm sorry, are we just continuing the URI study
Until Chris
brings it back?
brings it back, yes.
Okay, we need to take a vote on that,
Oh.
please.
Could I have a motion to continue the URI study until Chris is able to put it back on our agenda?
So would.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item B, we want to acknowledge the multiple correspondence from Mrs. Van Hoff. Thank you. Planning board update, do you have anything, or do you want that continued? Thank you. Approval of minutes. Ed, did I have your okay to continue that? Or do we need to go through it?
You can continue it. They're posted in draft, so you can continue. You don't need to vote on them tonight if you don't want to.
I have some questions I'd like to talk to you about, and I'd like to see it go back to the format that we've used for 50 years, maybe. Great job with the templates, Chris and Ed, but the ones you sent out, the March 3rd, it says March 3rd in the header, and then you've got April 7th.
Yeah, it was a typo.
And then there was nothing about the YouTube like you used to do. So if we go back to white paper.
Noted. I'll put it in there.
I'll talk to you.
To Ed's credit, he acknowledged that he was going to correct a couple of minutes. We were going to bring that up when we discussed each one, but we'll wait for the next meeting for that, just because it is 11 p.m. Update from the zoning committee, that will definitely wait until the next meeting. Update from the Tiverton Harbor Commission.
I was out of town.
Okay, so that will wait. Ashley, will ask that you continue the legislative updates to a future meeting. Okay. Item H, Planning Board elections and appointments. Adam has graciously volunteered to be our appointment for the Technical Review Committee. Adam, you still confident with that? You're able to do it? Adam has a wealth of knowledge that could benefit us on that committee, and we'd welcome him to join that.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Adam to the Technical Review Committee with me, the last of the Mohegans.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much, Adam. We appreciate you volunteering for that. And that leads us to the vice chairperson. In order for Adam to do that and have any kind of life outside of here, he'd like to resign from that position, and we'd like to open it up for volunteers. This is for the vice chairperson of the planning board.
I'll make a motion that we nominate Alan.
Alan, do you accept?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Has that been seconded by Adam?
Do you get second? Do you get the second?
Not yet.
Something you would second? Okay, I'll second that. Yeah.
Okay, we appreciate that. All those in favor?
You're right.
Okay, unanimous. Thank you very much, Alan. We appreciate that. And Adam, we appreciate yours. Special planning board meeting. We have our regular meeting scheduled for June 2nd. We would like to schedule the special meeting, and I think our attorney polled everyone June 16th here, 6:30. It's here, right?
We did that with them.
And I think we're all set? Okay, Rosemary, please.
Privileged motion, 11:02.
11:02.
Adjourn.
Thank you, everyone.
They'll fix these so you guys can see. Yeah. I didn't realize there'd be such a glare here. They will.
They're working on it, Susan, they're working on it. Thank you, Adam. Did we set a record?
What?
I don't think this was a good record to set. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good night.
I think the only thing missing from Nancy.
Oh, my God.